Today I'm speaking with someone who's very well known to those of us here in Marlborough, and that's Allan Graham. For over 60 years, Allan's been flying all manner of aircraft, building boats, running businesses, rebuilding vintage cars, and much more. He flew Bristol Freighters and Argosies for Safe Air for over 20 years, so the story of Safe Air is intertwined in Allan's life also. As you may have noticed, this is quite a long interview, but there's a few goodies interspersed, so settle in for a really interesting watch. And I think you might find that once you get into it, it's hard to stop. I hope you enjoy this one. Cheers. So I just wanted to start off by asking you about something you've said a couple of times, that to you flying is a drug. Because for me, I mean, I feel a bit embarrassed, but for me it isn't. I mean, I could, I did lose my medical 6 months ago, and it's not a big deal for me, and sometimes I feel a bit guilty about that. But what is it to you that is like a drug and addictive, and I guess gives you that sort of rush?
Well, first thing, you losing your medical and not feeling the same way as myself. I can understand that because we all do different things in life. We have different wishes, ambitions, things we want to do, and flying or boating or whatever you want to do is just an add-on. But yes, flying has been a bit of a drug to me. I was never allowed to go anywhere near airplanes in my youth when I was very young. Flying to my parents was just really sort of people died flying. You didn't go anywhere near that sort of thing. But it was
to be fair, that wasn't long after the Wright brothers had invented it.
Oh, that's right.
Let's be honest about it.
And wartime, I was born in the middle of the war, and the wartime things were happening with aeroplanes, and then came the top dressing era, when there was lots of accidents. So they had that in their mind. So they didn't encourage me to do that. But from that point on, flying was always in my life. It's just part of me, just something that's in there.
You are 85 years old. I know we shouldn't talk about age, but you've told me that last week, and I mean, you look like 60.
Well, thank you very much.
How many years have you been flying?
If you give it another week, I'll be 86.
Yeah, it's amazing. You must have been flying over 60 years.
Yeah, yes, I have. I started flying on the 4th of April 1964. And from that time on, I couldn't get enough of it for a long time. I flew a lot. And through the initial years, of course, I had to pay for it myself before I got professional. And I got to that magical situation where you have a commercial license and somebody pays you to go flying. That was tremendous. So the bulk of the flying in the early years was out of my own pocket. But from 64 on, 1964, aeroplanes were a real attraction.
And you've been a commercial pilot and flying, I think, at the prime time to be a pilot. I mean, we've got great gear now, to be fair, but the rules and regulations do take a lot of the fun away from it, whereas you flew in the 60s, 70s, with amazing machines, big old radials and smoke, and really there probably wasn't much of a better time to be a pilot, was there?
I think I had the best period of aviation, because it would come from the tiger moth type days where it was fabric and dope to aeroplanes. They used dope on the coverings to tension it, and old gypsy moth motors. Moved through that and saw the aviation develop from fairly basic aircraft, like at one time the Bristol Freighter, which no doubt we're going to talk a little bit more about. It was the biggest aeroplane in New Zealand, and look at it now. Yeah, it was a pretty exciting period. And we weren't controlled to the same extent. Control is necessary, particularly You know, if you look up flight radar and see the whole screen blacked out or blanked out by aeroplanes, it's got to be controlled. There's got to be people to keep those aeroplanes apart. We didn't have the same type of problem. There were rules and regulation, but we didn't have an inspector checking on us too often. And in some aspects of aviation in New Zealand, particularly in the days when they were getting deer meat out of the west coast, there was not a lot of control at all. People were under the radar. So it was, yes, a lot more relaxed.
Yeah. And then there's the other side of it that we were just mentioning before. You know, it looks great and romantic flying that Bristol up and down the country at 8,000 feet, but you know, you were telling stories about going up over the Central Plateau in the middle of the night in dirty storms, all iced up. And yesterday I'm flying the jet at 41,000 feet, you know, with no sound, above all the weather. And I was actually thinking of you, thinking, I'd rather be here, actually.
And no turbulence.
Yeah, no turbulence, yeah. So it's horses for courses, I guess, isn't it?
Well, it just shows you how aviation has changed. The old Bristol, of course, we flew in the weather. You know, it's ideal, depending on how heavy the aeroplane was, because the weight of the aeroplane determined a bit how high you got. And a lot of the time you had to fly at altitudes which were the spawning grounds for thunderstorms and nasty conditions, particularly up the central of that North Island that you're referring to. And you'd fly along there and you'd know you're in CB, you know, thunderstorm type conditions. And the aeroplane would shake a bit, and then you'd get this sort of iridescent glow that attached itself to the aeroplane and sort of flickered along the wings. And occasionally you'd get it flashing with the static electricity through the cockpit of the aeroplane. And, you know, it was really supernatural and
scary. Were you scared?
Yeah, well, you're sort of waiting for the big fella up top saying, with his booming voice, say, "I've got you, boy, I got you." And, yeah, the Bristol at the same time, of course, in the middle of a CB, it's full of moisture, absolutely full of moisture. And you see this rain, which you can only imagine, going down. You could catch it in the cockpit lights out through the window, looking at the engine, and you'd see this water streaming into the intake of the motor. And really, you got to wonder just how those motors kept going. But the big old Hercules motors that drove the Bristol Freighter seemed to be able to gobble up the water, and we carried on. And I've never known one Bristol to hesitate because of the water intake. I have known it to hesitate because it iced up at the intake where the air comes through. And
it's classy.
Yeah. We'll just disregard that for a minute. And it's got a system when it ices up at the air intake where it goes into automatic hot for the air intake, whereas the air is taken from inside the cowling, and that causes a drop in the revs of the motor. But it's perfectly normal, but it is a bit scary at the time.
Yeah. I think we were talking about Bristols just about the time when the dog vomited on the floor, so we'll carry on. So you were, as you mentioned, you were born in, I think, 1940 you were born, was that right?
Yes, I was.
In Gore, and you went to Tapanui District School, and then you boarded at Gore High School.
I did.
Can you just say a little bit what your childhood was like growing up in the war years down south? Did you know there was a war on? I'm sure you did. And what were the effects of it?
My furthest back recollection of life is when I was about 2 years old, maybe 2.5, when we were living in Gore, and I'd evidently taken sand and filled up my father's truck petrol tank with sand one day. Thought that was a great idea. He didn't think so at all. But that was right in the middle of the wartime. And then we initially lived in Gore for 2 years after 2.5 years after my birth. And then he bought a business up in Tapanui, which is under the umbrella of the Blue Mountains. and he had started a hardware business there. He had a sort of a one-stop hardware building business where he built houses, had the hardware shop, had a plumbing shop, painter, everything that's associated with building, he did. But that was the area in Tapanui, town of 500 people, where I was brought up in the informative years of life, all through my primary school. Great place to be. Then it come secondary school stage of my life where they decided my better education would be gained down at Gore. So back to Gore as a boarding pupil I went.
How did you find boarding school?
Oh, well, I was a bit of a homeboy for a starter, probably a bit of a mummy's boy. But yeah, it was a bit difficult also going from home to this boarding college down in Cootes Road, Gore.
Because my perceptions of a boarding school in the 50s in Southland are pretty tough.
It was pretty tough for a starter. So I arrived on the scene. The first thing, the seniors take you behind the bike shed, and they had the thing called the gym shoe. So they belted your backside. You know, that was sort of a bit of
just to put you in your place.
Yeah, that's the initiation. You got the gym shoe. So then I got incorporated into living with all these other boys in the dormitory, and that was pretty rough stuff too for a brand new boy that'd been used to his mother looking after him. Although I've got to say my father never mollycoddled me. He brought me up quite firmly, and there was no give and take. He was going to make a man out of me. I had 3 sisters, and I was the only son, so the girls looked after me pretty well, but Dad was going to have me a tough man. Don't know whether he succeeded or not, but I think from probably some of his attributes passed on to me, particularly in the early days, his business ability, because I did have a bit of that in early stages of my life.
And so you got dragged out of school.
Yes, I did.
In the 5th form to help Dad with the business.
Yeah, I was the only son, as I just said, and I was going to be the fellow, I suppose, in his mind that was going to take on the business. And he took me away from school. My mother, I can remember her saying, Walter, that was his name, it's the wrong thing to do. And it was the wrong thing to do with what I went on to be with aviation, because I hadn't completed my education, and I found that I was lacking, particularly in maths, when I come to be a pilot.
But the funny thing that I've found is that almost without fail, the people I've interviewed who have all been successful in life, most of them pilots, all left school between 12 and 14 or 15.
Yep.
So obviously you find a way to pass those exams later on.
If you want to think bad enough, you'll make it happen.
Yeah.
In life. And I think that's what I did. We lived this doing a wee bit of a jump. I'll come back. When we first come to Blenheim, and I decided I was going to be an airline pilot, I was working for the Canterbury, for the Marlborough Club, and we lived down Weld Street. For a whole year, I went to my bedroom when I wasn't flying or doing something with the family, and I studied and just studied and studied. I had to teach myself mathematics, trigonometry, and navigation and stuff like that. And when I look back at that now, it was pretty dramatic. But anyway, going back to Tapanui, or to Gore, I was taken out of, I got to my 5th form, and I was taken out of school in my 5th form to return to Tapanui to be part of the family business. And that's exactly what happened for a little while. My father and I were not completely harmonious working together. So I finished up being sent back to Gore during my apprenticeship in carpentry to work with another man that was employed by my father, and they were doing housing projects in Gore. So through my early teens, I was back in Gore carpentry.
But you said you just always wanted to be a pilot. Where did that desire come from?
Well, it really started from a tiger moth on the Riverton beach. We were down there on a family holiday one Christmas, and a tiger moth, probably from the Saltonera Club, arrived on the beach doing joyrides. And I was down there ogling at this tiger moth, wanted to have a ride in it, and I found a ticket somebody had lost. Now, I took it to the pilot, and he said, well, if nobody claims it, he says, I'll take you for a fly on that, providing your parents agree. So I don't think I really asked the parents.
How old were you?
Oh, I was about 8. 8, old enough to know that I wanted to be in that aeroplane.
Yeah.
So my first flight was on the beach at Riverton, on the sands there, and I went in the Tiger Moth. So after that, aeroplanes didn't figure for quite a while, although if an aeroplane come around and land in a paddock, I'd bike miles to go and see it. Yeah.
So you just got the bug at that point.
I got the bug. The bug was in there.
Yeah. Did you always know that you were going to get into flying commercially, or did you think building was going to be it for you reluctantly?
Well, I've always been a builder. And right through my life, I've built things associated with the flying. You know, we've done some pretty big projects. We've built motels and various things. So the building trade, I completed that apprenticeship. I'd done my 5 years, and I got my piece of paper to say I was a bona fide builder. And then we went off to Te Anau when I'd met my wife and we got married in Gore, just about the time I finished my apprenticeship. And we went off to Te Anau to be a builder. And that introduced me to more aeroplanes. Because one of the houses I built in Te Anau, I built for a guy called Bryan Antill, who ultimately finished up being the CFI of the Canterbury Aero Club, and also met people like Bill Black, a well-known helicopter pilot, and he was great friends of ours. He lived with us for quite a while, for 6 months, and in fact, Bill Black bought our house that we built down there, the one that he was living in with us, when I went off to be a pilot. But anyway, the Bryan Antill, he took me for a fly one night in a Grumman Widgeon.
Who was he flying for? Was that Richie's?
No, Tourist Air Travel.
Oh, Tourist Air Travel. Yeah.
I think the Tourist Air Travel was ultimately taken over by Richie's. Never owned the Widgeons.
Right.
They were operating an air service out of Te Anau, mainly into Milford, lots and around the Milford area. But they were using Dominies and Cessna 185s and things like that. And that's where Bill Black started his flying career with him. So Bryan Antill, he took me for a ride in this Grumman Widgeon, and we're flying up over the top of Lake Te Anau, and we got really close to the middle arm, and he said to me, "You ever fancy having a fly of one of these things?" I said, "Yes, please, yes, please." So the next thing, he's unclipped the whole wheeler system in the middle. It had a pole come out of the floor in between the two seats, and then had sort of the yoke, which was sat in front of you on another arm. So by undoing it in the middle, you could actually swing it across the other side, and all of a sudden I had the yoke in front of me.
So he actually gave you control.
Yeah, he had no controls, and I had the controls. I was a pilot. And that, if any time in my life the bug was finally sown, that was it. Right at that moment.
Especially in a Widgeon. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Widgeon, yeah. Never flown one again.
Wow.
Flown in one, but never.
And that Widgeon, I think, is owned now up north by Grant Harnish.
That's right.
Right?
Exactly the same one.
Yeah.
In actual fact, I've got a photograph I'll show you later on there. I might have shown it to you.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that was Bryan, but I went on building houses, and we established a hardware shop in Te Anau. Jan sort of ran that through the day, and I was away building houses. But then I decided, for a bit of relaxation, I'll go for a bit of a trip down to Gore and have a yarn to the Southern Districts Aero Club. And the Southern Districts Aero Club at that time was being run by a guy called Lou Day.
Yep.
And had to talk to Lou, and he said, "Oh, do you want to go for a wee bit of a fly?" Yes. I said, "I'd love to go for a little fly." So he introduces me to this Victor Air Tour 100, which had the climbing characteristics of a brick. It was terrible. But anyway, in 3 hours and 15 minutes, he sent me solo on it.
Wow.
That's a bit crazy.
How did you feel ready to fly solo?
I didn't know any better. I thought I was doing pretty good, but I wasn't, because I went on to be instructor where I done quite a lot of instructing, and I sent a lot of people solo myself. And, I wasn't ready to go solo.
And was that typical of the day to send people solo in such low times, or were you just so exceptional?
I don't think I was exceptional, but I think I ticked the boxes. I think that's what happened. Like in your logbook, and I've still got my original logbook there, I've got the sheet where they ticked off the exercises you had to do. Still, same thing happens, I think. But I seem to tick those boxes pretty quick. I don't know why they sent people solo so soon, but 3 hours, 15 minutes. Yes, maybe I was flying it, and on the day I flew a couple of good circuits and he got out. It must have been like that. But
it wouldn't have taken too much to go wrong, and you wouldn't have had the
you wouldn't know how to handle it because you've got no depth of knowledge.
Yeah.
And I had a little incident sometime later at about the 8-hour mark where I rounded it a little bit high and the airplane landed heavily and the nose wheel sort of got damaged a wee bit. And I put that down to the fact that I hadn't really consolidated my landing procedures.
Yeah, I mean, that's all part of it, isn't it? Learning how to deal with it if you bounce or if you flare too high or whatever.
Yeah. Well, Tiger Moss. I taught a few people to fly in Tiger Moss, and that's another drama altogether. But when you send somebody solo, you would never send them solo unless they knew how to recover from a bounce. And if they didn't bounce because they were so good, you made it bounce.
Yeah.
So that you had to see that they could recover. And that's what probably caused my incident at 8 hours with the Victor, that I hadn't been taught to really assess what the aeroplane is doing.
But I guess you got the blame for that.
Yeah, I don't remember getting into a terrible lot of trouble, but I probably should have. And it was probably more the instruction fault than what it was mine. Yeah.
So you got your PPL at Gore?
Yeah, with a guy called Ivan Gunderson. Most of my tests that I achieved were with Ivan. Ivan was a civil aviation inspector, flight inspector. So I'd done all my initial training in Gore. I used to drive down from Tiana. It was quite a big day, but got me away from building because I was a wee bit of a workaholic and I needed to be away from that now and again. And I very quickly got my, not CPL, but the private license. But it was about that time that I got my private license that Bryan Antill, if we could go back to him for a minute, had got himself a new job, and he was going to go away from flying the Widgeon and Tiana, and he is going to be the CFI of the Aero Club. Now, Bryan and I were quite social. We drank a few beers together and had a lot of fun together. He showed me the naughty parts of flying because he was a really, he knew how to push the envelope a little bit, and he was good at it. But anyway, Bryan said to me just when he was leaving to go to Christchurch as CFI, he said, if you ever get yourself a professional licence, he said, there'll be a job for you at the Canterbury Aero Club. So that played in my mind, and I went home from that conversation and I said to Jan, by this time we had 2 kiddies and we're fairly well established. The business is going well. We're building houses and we're at a hardware shop, and if we'd carried on, it probably would have been quite successful, given that Tiana really grew after that. So I said to Jen, how do you feel about me going professional flying? Well, you would have thought I'd grown a second head. Fly.
Had you not considered it before then? I mean, what was the goal in doing the PPL?
Well, really, I was pretty dedicated in getting this building business going for a starter. But I certainly considered it from that point onwards.
Yeah.
It sort of took over my mind. So it wasn't that long before I rang up Wanganui Commercial Pilot School and I said, what's the chance of getting on a course? So course 32 was coming up. And I went back to Jan and I said, I can get on this commercial pilot's course up at Wanganui. Do you think that, if we close the business, you can wind up all the bad debts and everything? Wow. So we got to put Jan right in there. She'd done a mighty job. And here I headed off to Wanganui. She closed down the business, shut the door, collected the money, looked after some kids, got snowed in. There was a tremendous snowstorm went through there. and I went off to learn to be a commercial pilot.
Oh, that's a huge move to shut down a successful business to go to a career where the pay rates are inherently
In the
low.
wilds. $2,500 they paid me to be CFI at the Aero Club out here at Woodburn when I arrived here.
Mm.
Yeah, but the cost of hiring the aeroplanes, the prices were pretty low too.
Yeah.
So that's what happened with Bryan Antill, and that's how I moved off to do the ground subjects.
Yeah,
The
and just on a slightly different subject, you mentioned once that most of the people you did your training with in Wanganui have been killed in aircraft accidents.
A lot, yeah, a large number.
Mm.
There was 19 people on the course, I think, and for one reason or another, 16 of them are gone now. The book they gave us at Wanganui Commercial Pilot School, it was a book about an inch thick, and that was your total course notes.
Probably a good thing, was it?
It wasn't much
Not
at
a whole
all.
lot of bullshit.
It wasn't a lot of bullshit. It seemed to be enough.
Yeah.
All the important stuff.
Yeah. So once you did that, did you go down to Christchurch and get your hours up with Bryan?
Yeah, well, we were up in Wanganui for a little while for the duration of the course, and Jan actually came up and joined us with the kids, and she was there for a while. And then I went back to Christchurch and started getting up the hours, which I had to get 200 hours to get my commercial license. So the big thing was money, of course. So I started working in a service station in Christchurch at night, and through the day I spent every day at the Aero Club. And they had an aeroplane there, Ostrich A5F, BCQ, and they could do it. You could do a deal with that. As long as you guaranteed them 50 hours, you got the flying for £2.10 an hour. £2.10 an hour. So I flew and flew and flew this J5F. I probably wore all the grass off Rangiora airstrip. I don't know. That's where I went and done circuits.
And this was to get your hours up.
To get my hours up. And Bryan Antill, who figures quite prominently in my learning to fly life, he was doing my training for the commercial pilot. So he was a good man to do it. Once again, which said Bryan sort of pushed the elements a bit now and again. He showed me what to do and what not to do.
And often being shown those what not to do things are, some people can see it as cowboyish, but it's probably saved a lot of people's lives because they've never seen how to get out of bad situations.
He did tell me one thing which I remember this day, and I applied all through my flying life. And that's what, if you're ever going to do anything that's got an element of risk in it, he says, you think it through.
Mm.
That came into my training life when I was training people and when I was doing flight testing in multi-engine aeroplanes. If you're going to simulate an emergency situation, you think it through. You don't do it until you've thought, this is what I'm going to do. If something goes wrong, you've thought about if something goes wrong beforehand. This is what I'm going to do at that stage.
Yeah.
And we may come to talking about this later on, but that certainly saved my life in a Seneca once when I was doing just about my final instrument flight test for a guy where he done exactly the wrong thing. And I think if I hadn't had that sort of preempted thought in my mind of what to do, we would have probably had a bad
tell
accident.
me about that. What happened?
Oh, it's probably my last flight test. I was operating out a flight test to do on a guy out of Ardmore, and the route usually for the Ardmore flight test it was an instrument flight test. It was out of Ardmore. You joined the system and flew down to Hamilton. You do a couple of approaches in Hamilton. You had a procedure to fulfill for the flight test, and you had to apply these different procedures. Well, we were on a VOR approach on the southerly runway at Hamilton, and one of the other emergency things you've got to do to tick a box is create a simulated engine failure.
Mm.
Now, that's usually a pretty nothing thing because you don't really stop the engine, you just throttle it back a bit so there's an asymmetric fuel on the aeroplane. Well, we were on the approach, and I decided this is where we're going to do the simulation. So I eased back the starboard motor, and with that, the guy hit the wrong rudder. And next thing we're up on a wing at about 600 feet above the ground.
Wow.
And it was only my reaction that saved us that day, because I don't even remember doing it. All of a sudden I had the aeroplane and we were back on an even keel again with both motors going.
Mm.
Yeah, that wasn't a good day.
No one's ever done that to you before, obviously.
Not the wrong rudder.
Yeah.
Because you had no power on that side, and all of a sudden you had the aeroplane wanting to go that way too.
Yeah.
So it happened very fast.
Wow.
Very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good lesson. Getting back to getting your hours up, you had a little whoopsie in a tri-pacer. BLC,
Oh, yeah, well, that was
that
about
right?
this when I was at Canterbury Aero Club too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had this getting up the hours too. I was flying the tri-pacer to Tapanui, which is way down south near Gorham.
Back home.
Yeah, back home. And I decided to go down there and just say hi for the day, just to put a few more hours in the logbook. And there's a guy called Ross Wennick, who became a pretty firm mate. He was with him, but a big man, probably significant in what I'm going to tell you about too.
In the little tri-pacer.
Put a little more weight in the aeroplane. So anyway, Ross and I head off and we get away down, well, pretty well to Tapanui. Now, my sisters lived at Tapanui, so I decided I'd fly over the top of them. There wasn't a beat up in that stinky die. It was just a fly past, and I flew past my first sister's place, climbed away, and was doing a left-hand circuit away from the place and going to head off to Gore. And the motor stopped dead, just like that, just stopped dead. So a tri-pacer's got the gliding characteristics. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but of a good brick shithouse, just go straight down.
Yeah.
And I had probably seconds, not minutes, to think about this thing. And there was one paddock there, and that's where we were going. But unfortunately, the nose wheel hit the strainer post at the corner of the paddock as we went over it. Now, with forced landings, and Craig and everyone else that flies knows, when you're doing a forced landing, you land into the paddock. You don't land where you're going to hit the first fence. You make sure you're into the paddock. But I had no option. So the aeroplane then landed all right into the paddock, ran on the main wheels up the side of a wee bank, and then it dropped its nose pretty quick to try and find the nose wheel, which of course wasn't there. The first thing to hit the ground was the prop. So it went plump into the ground. It broke off of the shaft behind the prop. So it was left in the paddock, and the whole aeroplane turned upside down up the bank. So next thing, we were stopped there, and Ross was sort of looking at me, all covered in white stuff. I thought, what's this white stuff? There's white stuff everywhere. And we had one of these powder fire extinguishers, and it burst with the impact of landing. And I'd actually been thrown a wee bit forward, and there's a couple of cross struts in the windscreen of like a Piper Cup, the same sort of deal. And I'd hit that, and I'd had a bit of blood flowing around my face. So it wouldn't have been a pretty sight. And I said to him, "Are you all right?" He says, yeah. I said, "Well, let's get out of here." Then we couldn't get out of it. Couldn't find, we're upside down, disorientated completely. Right. No doors. The doors are in the wrong place. They're the wrong way around. We eventually did get out, and we're standing beside this thing, and thought, did we do all my own work? I'd done that, yeah. So then I wandered down the hill back to my sister's house, and she's still on the phone. She's just busy telling somebody that her brother had just flown over in an aeroplane. And I walked in the door with the white stuff all over my face and and blood streaming down everywhere. Gave her a bit of a shock, really. Mm. But anyway, the long story of that was that we finished up going down with two vehicles, pulling the aeroplane to pieces, hooked the fuselage on the back of a lorry council's car, who was the chief engineer for Canterbury Aero Club, and he towed that backwards right up from Tapanui to Christchurch.
Wow, that's a long way.
A long way, with a D plates hanging on the back. I suppose that made it legal.
Wasn't in the middle of the night, was it?
No, we just, it was a long trip. And I had a trailer on the back of my Holden car, and I had the wings on that and the other bits and pieces, and that's how that aeroplane went back to Christchurch. Mm. The long story of that is that eventually I had to go and face up to the committee to be censured or whatever because I'd wrecked one of the aeroplanes. So I still remember to this day sitting outside the committee room while they're deliberating on what they're going to do to me.
Now, were you an employee at this time?
No.
You didn't have your CPL yet.
That's about where we... Oh, yes.
You wanted to be an employee.
Yeah. No, I was building hours for the CPL.
Yeah.
So they summoned me in to give me the verdict. They said, Allan, we've not put any part of this onto you. It seems like you might have had carb icing or something must have happened. It's never really been explained. But they said, we'll give you a job if you get your instructor rating.
Wow.
They said that at that interview.
It was
so instead of getting a good smack on the hand for something, I got a job.
Maybe because you had sort of helped get the thing back and taken a bit of responsibility.
Absolutely. I took full responsibility. Felt pretty bad about it, really. Mm. But what we got to appreciate at that time, it was pretty hard to get licenses for new aeroplanes, import licenses.
Right.
By destroying that aeroplane, they chose to write it off. I don't think it was write-offable at all. I think it was repairable, and it was repaired. And eventually, you can see it now in the Ashburton Museum, sitting in the corner there.
Right. That's Bravo Lima Charlie, is that right?
Yeah, BLC. It's here right now. And pristine, looks absolutely fine. But it enabled Canterbury Aero Club to get another import licence. And that's when they were building up with Cherokees. They were changing from likes of Piper Cubs, and that's what they were doing, their training in these triplaces. So it was the next step up to these modern sort of aeroplanes, Cherokees, PA-28s. Yeah.
So you, after not too long, I guess, got your CPL and then eventually your CCAT, and then started working with Bryan, is that right?
Well, I did. I got that. Bryan came through in his offer and gave me a job with the committee, approving it, of course. So, yes, very shortly after that incident with BLC, I got my commercial licence, and that was with Ivan Gunderson again. Very shortly after that, I got my CCAT instrument rating. Things happened pretty quick in my life for mine. I was putting a lot into it. Mm. And that was all done at Canterbury Aero Club. So then here I am working for Canterbury Aero Club. And I've got lots of flying going. If you wanted to fly there, they let you fly. I was doing 1,000 hours a year.
Wow. What was it like flying with Bryan, who had sort of introduced you and a good mate? That must have been quite fun.
Oh, we still socialised and done a few naughty things and went out and shot ducks in Lake Grassmere. I can still remember him shooting the back out of his hat. We went out there in his Chev car to shoot ducks in the morning, and we stood outside the boot of his car. It was cold and miserable. He said, we better have a run before we go out and get some ducks. So about 5 hours later, we're still standing at the back of his car, and we'd emptied the bottle of rum, and then he decided he'd had to have a shot because we haven't shot any ducks. So he chucks his beret, he had a black beret, he chucked that up in the air. And the drink couldn't affect his aim very much because he blew the back end right out of his hat.
Wow.
That was a pretty social day. Yeah. Bit more to that day, but we'll leave that alone.
I think you said there was a little incident hitting a Vasi box training Neville Somerville,
that was
a
in that
well-known ag pilot.
Yeah, Neville Somerville he was at Cheviot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Eventually. Well, he done his start of his flying with me probably when I was instructing at Canterbury. But part of the syllabus is you've got to do some instrument flying, and to do instrument flying in the cub in those days, you had to put these screens around. So the pilot, the instructor sitting in the back. You got the pilot sitting in the front with the pilot's position, but you're sort of a co-pilot, so your visibility is not that great. But we had these screens around also, and as we're taxiing out at Christchurch to go to the Western Grass to take off, Neville obviously didn't see these things, either did I, and I was the instructor, I was pilot in command, so I should have known they're there, and I did know they're there. But one of those moments where you'd be doing something else, or, it can happen. Next thing, there's a bit of a bang and a crash, and look out on the left wheel of this Piper Cub B&O, it was, ZK-B&O. right in the middle of the Varsity light. And I thought, oh, shit. We're not going to be popular about this because these things have got to be... The Varsity light is a light which gives you the angle you're coming in at when you're coming into land, one part of that system. And so it's pretty important. So you don't just put it together and put another globe in it. You've got to get it certified and flight and calibrated. And yeah, so I got a wee bit of a smack on the hands for that. That wasn't a good start to the flying career. But I also had another incident about that time. It sounds like I'm incident prone, but no, I think it's just the way it happened. I was in a Cherokee CIK, and they got a torque link that holds the wheels in position underneath the wing, and it broke, and the wheel fell off.
The main wheel?
Yeah, main wheel. So that was a bit of an incident too.
Was that you were on the ground?
Yes.
It fell off once you got airborne, or?
It fell off on landing.
Right.
And that was in my first week of instructing. So that was a great introduction.
Was the committee thinking this bloody Allan Graham might be more trouble than he's worth?
I didn't ask them. But that was the end of it for quite a while.
Yeah. So you got your BCAT, and then at some point Bryan made the decision to quit and head down south and fly for Graham Stewart's.
Well, Bryan was still there. Norm Gibson and Bryan Stewart were running their club. Norm Gibson was the operations instructor, operations manager, but he was instructor too. And Bryan was the CFI, so they ran it. Bryan got very clobby with Graham Stewart, I think they called themselves.
Yeah, the company Graham Stewart.
Graham Stewart.
Yep.
And he got introduced into meat recovery with them. And ultimately it was his demise because he went away down to Mussel Point and he was operating out of there and eventually had tragically a fatal accident there.
I've always found that a strange decision for him to do, from flying a widgeon for tourist air travel, and, a lot of people would sort of go from there into airlines maybe, and then to go as an instructor and then back to be a Venison pilot. Yeah. It sort of seems like a backward step, but obviously he just really enjoyed that seat of the pants flying and wanted to be a bush pilot. Would that be true?
See, Bryan he was Air Force. He came from Air Force. He had Air Force training.
As a pilot in the Air Force?
Yes, he was a pilot in the Air Force. And he was a good pilot. There's no doubt about that. It's just that he liked to have a bit of fun. And yes, I think he always had this sort of hear him, scare him side to him that got to have a go. Because I can remember him telling me about beat-ups. He says, beat-ups, Allan, he said, beat-ups are all right. He said, but you must think about what you're going to do before you do it. And that bit is absolutely good advice. If you're ever going to be forced to do a beat-up, and I guess we've all done low fly pass, and that's not a beat-up. But before you do anything like that, it's going to involve an aeroplane at low level. You think about it. I'm going to fly down there, past there, up there, and do exactly what you had thought about. Don't change it halfway. By changing it halfway, I think that's what killed Bryan Antill.
Yeah. I mean, so he was instructing a guy in a cub, wasn't he? Jim Sinclair. And
I don't know, were they instructing or coming back from a mission?
I'm not sure. I've spoken to Jim Sinclair because he was learning to fly.
Right.
First lesson. And then Bryan took over, and then they hit a fuel vent pole down at Mussel Point. Exactly. So obviously, he forgot about that advice that he had given and just had a wee brain fart, which killed him and severely burnt Jim.
Kind of reactive.
Yeah. What was that like? That must have just thrown those who knew him and the industry. It's such a terrible accident.
Oh, yeah.
What was it like, and for you as a close friend?
Oh, there was a loss. A definite loss, because I was pretty close to Bryan and his family, his wife Audrey. And, it was a sad time for the industry.
A couple of times you've said to me you wanted to be a bush pilot, or did you ever consider doing something like he did?
Oh, I got pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got my B category instructor rating very quickly because I was doing all these hours. And it just so happened that Marlborough Aero Club were short of a CFI, and I fitted the bill because I had the hours and I was available. And they gave me the job, and I came up to Marlborough here, and I became the chief flying instructor about 1966, November 1966.
60 years ago.
Yeah, and about 18 months after I started flying. So
Yeah,
it was
wow.
pretty quick.
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, if I can do just a little diversion there, when I was at Wanganui Commercial Pilot School, I had cause to drive my car right through one day, and I stayed with my parents who were living in Picton. I thought I'll go for a fly at the Marlborough Aero Club. So I drove in and go into the Marlborough Aero Club, very much like it is today. It hasn't changed very much. And here's Harry Bilby, the CFI. He's the guy that I finished up getting his job. And we went for a fly in the Cessna 172 BCU. And after we'd had a fly, I had a bit of a yarn, told Harry, and I said, what do you reckon? I was 24 then. What do you reckon my chances are of becoming a professional pilot? He said, how are you? How old are you? I said, 24. He said, I know you'll never make it. Never make it. It was rather interesting. Not more than a year later, I had his job.
Yeah, right.
But
Famous
that's
last words for him.
There's other circumstances there too. But
sounds like that was a pretty interesting job. You were saying you were very proactive on the commercial side. I made a wee note of some of the jobs you said you did. You were cattle spotting in Molesworth, geese herding, transporting geese to Wellington, supply dropping for forestry, civil defence communications in the Cub. It sounds like like fun.
All those things.
Yeah.
That satisfied the other side of my attitude to flying.
Yeah.
But it was good. When I came here to the Marlborough Aero Club, they're only doing about 900 hours a year, pretty low. And a bit of that was because there wasn't anybody there to take people flying pretty often. And the commercial side was always there. They always done a wee bit of supply dropping and things like that, but it was never pushed. Now, I was fairly business orientated. And so when I arrived at the Marlborough Aero Club, I sort of treated it like my own. And I had a committee that left me, the committee who were running the Aero Club, they left me to my own devices, totally. So I was it. I'd done the secretarial work, I'd done the bookkeeping, I'd done the office, I'd done everything. So straight away, the hours changed. They went from 900 up to 1,800 in the next year. But then they went way up above 3,000.
Wow.
And I was doing 1,000 hours a year commercial with the Aero Club out there. And that involved all those sort of things that you're talking about. One of the big things we done was the cattle spotting at Molesworth, which we started off. We had a Pipe Cub BTO, which was a 90 horsepower cub, no flaps. It had extra tanks in it and had a 7-hour endurance. So you could go away to Molesworth and spend the day cattle spotting up there, and you wouldn't have to refuel.
Mm-hmm.
Enough fuel for the day. So that was pretty exciting stuff. I got on well with Bill Chisholm, who was the then manager of Molesworth, and we spoke the same language, and I didn't, if he was rude to me, I was rude back to him, and he seemed to respect that.
Yeah.
And then
would he sit in the back with you, or how would you communicate?
We did for a starter, but it got a bit dangerous. Not dangerous in having an accent, but I was going to get my body absolutely mutilated, because if he wanted to go one way, he'd hit you on the side of the shoulder. You'd be sitting in the front, he'd be in the back. And I was getting bruises on my shoulder. It wasn't just a wee tap, it was a thump, and he was a big man. I'll tell you what. So after a while I said, hey, I'm finished with this, Bill. I said, you've got to get in the front seat. And by this time I was pretty experienced with instructing in the cub. I'd done a lot of cub work. So I put Bill in the front, and I've got to say, to his credit, he flew very, very well. A couple of basic lessons, and it was the thing to do.
Yeah.
Long as you kept an eye on him, because he sometimes he forgot he was a pilot, and he was more of a musterer.
Yeah.
So that was pretty exciting stuff. He'd ring us up in the morning at about 3 o'clock, and he'd say, hey, what are you ringing me this time in the morning for, Bill? He'd say, well, the guys have gone out on the hill and we need the aeroplane up here at daylight. So, still a bit dark out over the fence, taking off and push the doors open into the Omaka, push the aeroplane out. You can just see the other fence. You can see Taylor Pass, and off up through the gap you'd go and fly up the awa tree and watch the sun get up. Absolutely beautiful. We're so lucky us to fly and experience that stuff. And up at the Molesworth, they have a main airstrip and they have a Lucerne paddock, so we never landed at the main airstrip, because they had to come over and get you. You landed in the Lucerne paddock where you're right there at the buildings. So you'd be in through the willow trees and landing the aeroplane. And that's all right. It was good. There was no problem. Bill would be there. He'd put you in his old Dodge car, be up to the clubhouse, up to the cookhouse, and he'd cook up a piece of bacon, a slab of bacon about the size of a steak. Get that into you, he'd say. Get that into you. And we'd have that, and you'd be halfway through. He'd say, we've got to go now. So you're off, and you're going out to the site where all his musters had left for about 3 hours before in the dark, about the time he rang me. And they just got to the place where they're going to muster, so we'd fly out there. And it was a great thing for Molesworth, because you'd fly up these valleys and you'd find these cattle, and in some valleys there'd be none. So if the aeroplane hadn't gone up there, they would have had to send somebody up there for no reason at all. Mm. So we didn't have any walkie-talkie radios in those days. We would just write a message on a piece of paper, and then with the old Auckland Weekly or the Freelance they had in those days, these magazines, or the Women's Weekly, you'd get this note and you'd roll it into the centre of it, and with a bit of sticky tape, stick it around the outside. Then you'd fly down to where the musters were and you'd drop it out the window to them. But you had to go past them quite low, and the horses sometimes reacted to that. And they didn't like me a lot. They blamed the horses' reaction on the aeroplane, which it was, of course, and they blamed the aeroplane on me. So they were just itching to get me on a horse and have me ride a horse. And it would have been the one that bucked, I bet you. But anyway,
what was the deal with the civil defence and the loudspeakers?
Well, that came later on, because Marlborough being prone to earthquakes. The authorities wanted to play a means to communicate when we didn't have cell phones in those days, no cell phones. So it was the old wind-up phone on the wall. And that wasn't a very good communication system. So they were trying to establish a communication system. So they got these huge loudspeakers, and we attached them to the wing racks we then had on the aeroplane, and you had a microphone inside. Didn't work very well. It was not very clear. Just all people got on the ground was really a lot of noise.
Yeah.
So, and we fly around Havelock and Picton and Kaikoura and Seddon and talk to people.
And then there was another great adventure, really, in the bush flying sense, was the Venison, which you used the wing racks, or you developed the wing racks for that?
Well, the venison recovery, it's in the age of venison recovery being a big thing. There's a lot of it going on in the West Coast. So Simon, I've forgotten his surname, arrived here with a helicopter, and he was contracted to the forestry. Our next door neighbour was Jim Gibson, who ran the forestry. So we socialised together a bit now and again, and we knew each other pretty well. And one night he said to me, we need an aeroplane to cut from the helicopter. We got the helicopter going in with shooters, and they bring the deer out to a spot, and they gut them out and clean them up, and then they need to be flown out.
This is sort of down in the Clarence and the inland Kaikoras.
Mainly in the Molesworth area.
Okay.
Yeah. He said, would you be interested in doing that? Well, I got on pretty well with the club committee, and I went and planted the idea with the right people. And the next thing we had this Piper Cub BPG, which is a 150 Cub by this stage. And initially we had BTO, which is the original one I talked about before, but we traded that on this BPG, which we got from Nelson Aero Club. It arrived at Omaka with spats on it. It looked most uncub-like. You don't put spats on cubs. I did it to my own aeroplane later on, so that's another story. But anyway, we started this deer recovery. We needed a means to carry deer on the wings, which was quite a known process in those days. People did fit wing racks. It wasn't a hiram-skirum thing at all. It was approved. So Snow Gatehouse, who was running the top dressing business out here at Omaka at the same time as when I arrived. So we got on with Snow pretty well, but he had a pair of racks. So I remember taxiing the aeroplane around the road where the car park is now, around to the north side of the hangar and parking it up to his door. I thought, that's good, our first time on the road, driven this aeroplane down the road. Little did I know that the whole operation for recovering these deer is going to be off one of the Molesworth roads. So Snow fitted these racks. They were just the racks. They had no means of stabilising whatever we loaded in there. There's no hoops to hold the load in place. So off we went to Molesworth for the first recovery of these venison. So the helicopter had been up there and they'd got a lot of deer. And this particular period, the first period, was down by the guide hut, which is in the central part of Molesworth. And they'd gone up and got all these deer and brought them back and dumped them beside the road. And that was a gutting spot. Now, I've never, ever seen so many flies in my life. It was black with blowflies everywhere. And this venison was going to be sent off for somebody to eat somewhere, and the flies.
And this is what Bryan Antill had gone to do for a career.
That's what he'd gone to do for a career. So anyway, we arrived in, and there a guy called Don Berry was with me, well-known committee man from the Aero Club. And so we got these, how are we going to hold these deer onto the wings? So we more or less wired them onto the wings for a starter. Now that was the old Kiwi try it and see if it'll work thing. Didn't work very well because the wires sort of stretched.
But you would have been putting them in the back as well as the wing?
Yes.
Yeah.
We could carry 7 deer in the cub. There's one on each wing. In fact, there's photographs of that somewhere. And we could put 5 inside. Now, what you had to do with the cub is you had to put a false floor in it because it had a second stick position in the back seat. You had to cover that over completely, or else you could have affected the controls, compromised the controls. And then proceed to load all these deer in. So you'd be finishing it as a pilot, sitting in the seat at the front, and you'd have the last deer, the legs would come over the top of your shoulders. Always wore a bone dome, had a green bone dome, crash helmet, and the legs sticking out each side, and maybe a bit of blood dripping down your neck.
Did you think, yes, I've made it in life, this is what I want to be?
Oh, I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was wonderful. Yeah. So, and then they'd come in and they'd say, hey, hold on a minute. And they'd have all these empty jerry cans. And the jerry cans were the fuel that they had actually taken in for the helicopter. But they were empty. The fuel had been used in the helicopter, and they had to get the jerry cans back out. So they'd open up the carcass areas of the deer that I had inside and shove these jerry cans inside the carcass. And then they say, "Where you go." So you're off down this Molesworth Road. This is the Molesworth Road. The wheels were about as wide as what the road was. But we seemed to be able to fly it pretty good. Stagger into the air. It seemed to be the Piper Cub was absolutely marvellous. If you could fit it in it, she flew it. Mm. And they were used extensively down the west coast for the meat recovery too.
Yeah. So, but I don't think anyone else used wing racks apart from you that I've heard of or seen.
I think they're in supply dropping with wing racks and 180s.
Yeah, for venison, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What was it like? I mean, there must have been a lot of drag.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. Yeah. Too bad. The first takeoff was a little bit of a worry because you just thought about that drag. But it didn't. It was knocked back your speed because the drag slowed you down a wee bit. And we flew from there, from in at the guide, centre of Molesworth, right out to Kaikoura pretty well. So it was a long flight.
And quite a bit of terrain to get over.
Yeah.
Did you have any issues climbing?
Yes, I did. Only one issue, not so much climbing. It would climb all right. But we go out over Quail Flat, which is right in the centre of the Clarence River, and there's a saddle there. Well, I'd been flying all day carting this deer meat out, no trouble at all. And this flight I'm going to tell you about now is that we're staggering out there, coming up towards the saddle, slid through the saddle, but while I've been away, the hour and a half I've been away, the sea fog had filled up the gully on the other side completely. And all of a sudden I was IFR. And by that I mean, you couldn't see anything but cloud. But you knew there was mountains just each side of you. So I done a 360-degree turn on the old P-type compass that was in the middle of the panel, which we know are next doors here, useless. And I managed to fly back out through that saddle.
Wow.
So I think that's probably a lucky day of my life too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 2 deer hanging off the side.
With 2 deers hanging underneath and 5 inside.
So you did that for a couple of years?
I'd done it for a season.
Right.
Done it for a season because at the same time as all this is going on, we were running aero clubs as well. We're teaching people to fly.
Yeah.
Those days I was talking about before where you go up to Molesworth and you do that cattle spotting. We would do the morning run with Bill, the one where he gave me the steak for a bacon for breakfast. And then I'd fly back to Molesworth, drop him off, and I'd go fly back to Omaka, and I'd spend the day instructing. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd fly back up there and recheck the area that we just checked in the morning, and I'd get home at dark again at night. Now, I'd been on the go since pretty early in the morning when it was still dark, so it was dark to dark. And when I got back, I still had to do the bookwork for the Aero Club, which I'd done all the bookwork in those days. And then I'd go home. We lived in one of the old officers' mess buildings, which is out at Omaka there, one of those old, where the Mary Marae is now. And Jan say, pleased to see you. So we'd have tea, go to bed. The next day you go off and do the same thing. I'd done it for 10 days one day. I never saw my kids out of bed.
Wow.
But that was really a change for the Aero Club because I was overdoing it and it was stupid in hindsight. And I survived. So that's something, I suppose. But you done that. What it told us, we needed another instructor because the flying hours had gone up dramatically. And I think just because somebody was there and prepared to do the work, because the work was there.
Yeah.
So I was heading to Molesworth on one of these escapades where we'd been flying for consistent days, and I just got tired out, and I knew I was tired out. I didn't even finish that trip to Molesworth. I turned around and went back.
Wow. Just because you knew you were cooked?
No, I almost went to sleep in the aeroplane.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew I was at the end of my tether. So I went back to the Omaka and put the aeroplane in the shed, in the hangar that's out there now. Rang up Pat Reed, who was then CFI, coming in, president of the Aero Club. I said, I'm finished, Pat. And he said, what do you mean you're finished? I said, I'm going to finish. I said, I'm going away for a holiday. He said, you can't do that, you're too busy. I said, I am. I said, I'm going to kill myself if I do this. Carry on doing this. And I said, when I come back, if you've still got a job here, he said, oh, there'll still be a job here. I said, I need another instructor. That's how Marlborough got its second instructor. And we employed a guy called David Halliday. He was an Australian. And he came and worked for us. This was about 1968. And he came and worked for us for about 6 months, and then he got homesick for Australia. And he went back, but we had other instructors after that. Some good, most good.
But that's a big call to turn around, on a mission. And I suppose it's a bit silly to get yourself to that point, but sometimes you don't realise you're at that until it's almost too late, do you?
Well, I'd always been a worker, Craig. I'd always, even back in the building days, I worked long hours. And it wasn't about knock-off timers when the clock got to a certain position, of knock-off timers when the job got done.
Yeah.
And I got things done. And I brought that line of thinking with me. and I transferred it to the aeroplanes. Wouldn't work today.
No.
You know, it's different altogether. And some people that are listening to this will probably say he's mad, but it wasn't in those days. You know, the supply dropping was just dramatic stuff. You'd fly away in the morning, and so the same fellow, Jim Gibson, they used to service all the huts up in the bush, up in the Richmond Hills. And what we'd do there with the racks on the aeroplane, we just take this pre-packed bags. They had sugar bags. They filled them up with the materials, food, eggs. They used to put eggs in these things. And then they'd put straw and protective material all around it, jam it in a old sugar bag, and then we'd fly them up there.
Is this for forestry workers?
For the forestry,
or,
yeah. And then you'd come to the huts all through the bush, and you'd fly down over the top of the hut and drop the bags at the hut.
Awesome, eh?
I got told off once because they were too far away, and the next one I put through the roof. Wasn't very popular over that either.
You can't win.
I couldn't win. Yeah, well, bit of a job for them to fix the roof, I think.
There was a couple of interesting things you mentioned to me during your time at the Aero Club. Once you got caught out at D'Urville with a wave.
Oh, yes. Well, D'Urville Island we done a lot of, that's part of our 1,000 hours of commercial work. A lot of work, commercial work. Well, they called it aerial work in those days. You had to have a special, separate certificate. You had an air service licence, which let you carry passengers to Wellington, which we done a lot of, in the Cherokee, single engine. And there was this air work we're just talking about. So, Greville Harbour, we had to land on the beach. This is at D'Urville Island. There was people up there by the name of Fred Leoff, and they used to use us a lot. They used us, and they used Nelson Aero Club. Owen Hughes, who we all know, used to fly for Nelson Aero Club out there. And I think he had a little incident on this beach. Most people had incidents on the beach, and I did. So Fred rings up, says, "Allan, I want to go to town. You'll have to come out and get me." And you look out the window and you see the nor'west blowing hard, and you know it's going to be pretty exposed out there. You say, "Fred, I'm not going to come out." He said, "Oh, look, I've desperately got to get to town." I say, "Well, if I'm coming out there and I don't like it, I'm going to turn around and go away again, and I'm still going to send you the bill." But of course, they get you psychologically when you get out there, you make it work. But this one day, I was in the aeroplane, I'd taken Fred home, and the beach at Greville Harbour, it's a long, beautiful beach, but one end of it's exposed to the open sea, another end sort of sheltered by a headland. And the sand up the headland end is sort of a wee bit soft, so you don't land there. So you always land down the other end or operate down the other end. So on this particular day I was taking off. Another thing you don't do is take off when the tide is in more than half. So the tide has got to be half out or half in. That's the demarcation line. That's where you stop. Unless
you've got bush wheels.
Unless you're bush wheels. Yeah, like you. Yeah. But anyway, on this day I rolled her, probably had left it a little late, and whether it's the 7th wave, which is supposed to be the biggest wave, next thing it's all around the wheels of the aeroplane. And she's up on her nose, and I'm looking straight down at the sand through the prop, which is still turning. Didn't go past the point of no return, or else I would have been in my back. And the tide went out, and the aeroplane fell back on its tail wheel. I thought, we're all right, she's going. I opened the tap, and away we went. We took off. But I had another incident there with a man called Allan Dalglish. He became the CFI for a little while, just after all of us guys had gone through the club and disappeared off to Safe Air to fly Bristols. Well, Allan Dalglish took over for a little while at the Marlborough Club, but he had to learn to operate these places. So I took him out to Greville Harbour one day, and Cessna 172. And one thing you don't do with a fixed wing or a Cessna 172 is on the sand is sit there with the motor ticking over, because it wriggles its way into the sand, and then you're stuck. That's exactly what happened.
See, these are all the tricks that I don't know about operating airplanes with tiny tyres on beaches.
Well, you don't have to, do you? Because you've got big Tundra tyres. Yeah.
Didn't know any of this.
So we were stuck, and the tide was coming in. So I said, swap seats. He had been driving because he was learning to operate. So I got into the pilot's seat. I said, you get out and I want you to wobble the wings up and down. Hard. So he did, and we managed to get the aeroplane moving. And I wasn't stopping it again. So here I'm heading down the sand with the aeroplane moving, just ticking along, but still moving. I said, get in, get in, get in. He's running after the aeroplane. Next thing, he jumps in the back seat, and I opened the tap and took off. So
Scary.
Those are the things we've done. Yeah.
Something else was quite funny was a little story about Jimmer Dillon and his little turbulent aeroplane.
Yeah. CA-BZT. BZT. Well, Jimmer Dillon I didn't know, but the Dillons are well-known farmers from up the Waihope Valley. And Jimmer was well and truly mixed up with aviation, but I taught him to fly. So anyway, unbeknownst to me, he decided he was going to be a pilot. And he got on to somebody up in Wanganui, and he'd bought this little Drew-Iron Turbulent, which is not much bigger than a toy aeroplane with a Volkswagen motor. Great to fly. Get in there and you put your hand out, and your hand acts like a rudder, and it's great fun. Anyway, this aeroplane arrived on the paddock at Omaka. Pulls up. I went and said to talked to the pilot. I said, where you going? He always said, I'm delivering this here. It belongs to the Dillons. I said, oh, okay. And another aeroplane came in, and he got in it, and he's gone. And the aeroplane's sitting there. Next thing, the Dillons arrived down. Now, Jimmer Dillon, his father was, Michael Dillon. Michael Dillon was the father, and he was a wartime pilot. Big man, huge man. And Jimmer was a big man too. So Jimmer turns up and he said, I've got a little aircraft. They speak very proper, they're very English. And he said, I've got a little aircraft here. I'm just going to have a bit of a go at it, and I'll take it home. He says, can you give me a couple of pointers on how to drive it? I said, well, look, sorry, Jim, it doesn't really work like that. I said, you can't take it home. I said, you've got no license, you've got no training. I said, you'll kill yourself for a starter. Oh, he says, I'll be right. He says, I drive tractors, and I've got trucks out on the farm, and we've got machinery. I can handle all that. I said, well, I'm sorry, Jimmer, but you're not taking it away. I suppose if he'd pushed it and took it, I couldn't have done much about it. But anyway, his father, who was an ex-wartime pilot, Michael, had got out, and he got into the aeroplane. Now, he's a big man, huge man, and a bit older, a bit like I am now, and a bit arthritic. So he gets into the aeroplane, and he slips his big knees up behind the panel, and then came time to get out, and he couldn't straighten his legs. So that's a bit embarrassing. So with the help of Reg Taylor, who was the resident engineer out there, he demolished half the instrument panel to get poor old Michael out. Anyway, at the end of that story, eventually Jim had learnt to fly the Piper Cub, and we had a long and meaningful association, got on really well. He got to fly his Turbulent, and he did go home to his farm airstrip, the Tummel, and he went on to Moonies and all sorts of other aircraft.
Great. So you did your ACAT instructor rating, and then in 71 you did what probably most commercial Blenheim pilots did, and ended up at Safe Air, which was was a huge defining part of your life, I guess. You were there for 21 years. You mentioned that you did 8,000 hours on the Bristol and 6,000 hours on the Argosy, I think.
Oh, might be a little more.
It's a lot of flying.
Might be a little more.
So how did you end up getting your job at Safe? Because I think a lot of people, it was over a beer in the bar. Was that right?
Mine's probably a wee bit like that. I guess one of the reasons, and it was well known, quite a lot of instructors came from Canterbury Aero Club and become instructors at Marlborough Club, because it put you here where Safe operated from. So you get to rub shoulders with people that are important when you're trying to get a job. In my case, Des Linsky was the general manager of Safe Air, and he still flew Tiger Moths. And he used to come across to me and fly the Tiger because we were operating the ZK-BPG off Omaka, and old Des was pretty keen to fly that. So we had a bit of a relationship built up. On Friday nights, Des always had an office get-together of selected people, usually the heads of his department. It was rumoured that's how he got all the good knowledge about what's going on within the company. Feed people a few gins and the mouth opens a bit more. But I eventually got invited along to some of these. And so I got to know the people at Safe Air. And I got to say that when I came to Marlborough, Safe Air was firmly in my mind, the big aeroplanes. I think we've got to appreciate you're more likely to make a bit more money out of big aeroplanes than you are out of small aeroplanes.
Yeah.
But small aeroplanes never leave you because it's pure flying. It's just a different way of life. So yeah, that's probably how I got my job, by my association with Des Linsky. He was the right man because he was the general manager.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what was the Bristol like? You said that it's just like a big Piper Cub, except you're sitting 30 feet high.
Yeah.
Which is hard to believe. They don't look like a Piper Cub. It's hard to believe they fly like one.
I suppose I might be exaggerating slightly on that because they are, you've got a 19,000-pound aeroplane and there's a lot of inertia, heavier, where Piper Cub's just under 1,000 pound really. Quite different, but yeah, it's a tail dragger. Cub's a tail dragger. They swing the same. You get the gyroscopic effect off the props the same, except you have two engines, which probably negates a wee bit of that swing. I think they're probably still a wee bit like the Piper Cub.
Must have been fun when you first climbed in and did the type rating, though.
Scary. I flew with a guy called Jim Howard. He was the flight superintendent for Safe Air. So I got that fantastic phone call. Allan, how soon can you be over here? I said, well, I think I can do it pretty quickly because I'd wised up the committee of the Aero Club what I was going to do, and they expected it anyway. And next thing I'm over at Woodburn on a Sunday afternoon in this big, I don't remember which aeroplane it was now, and yes I do, CRK. And CRK and Jim Howard Sear, and away we went to do a circuit. And that was probably one of the most dramatic things in my life, to go one day from a little Piper Cub or a Cherokee at about 5 feet off the ground, and here we were about 17 feet off the ground up in the cockpit with an aeroplane many times the weight, with a lot more inertia and a lot more horsepower.
And you probably thought, how am I ever going to master this
thing?
Yeah.
But like everything, if you keep doing it, you get reasonably good at it.
Yeah. So you did a lot of trips to the Chathams and that. And initially the Chathams was just a grass strip and a bit boggy, or built on a peat bog.
Poo-poo. Well, I guess what happened is you start, like anything, you start at the bottom and you work up. So initially I became co-pilot on the Bristol, and we were doing a lot of flying backwards and forwards across the Straits in those days to Wellington. You could quite typically do 5 return Straits a day. You'd start first thing in the morning to bring the Dominion paper back to Blenheim. So you'd be picked up at 5 o'clock in the safe van. They'd take you to work. You'd climb in the aeroplane, sometimes with frost all over it. Just didn't seem to make a lot of difference, although they did de-ice the wings, leading edges of the wings. Inside it would be as cold as charity, miserably cold. But you'd fly to Wellington, you'd walk across and have breakfast in the cafeteria at Wellington, then you'd bring the papers back across. So that sort of thing was mainly the job for quite a long time. We never done freight up and down the country till later on. So we flew probably about 3,000 hours before the Argosy arrived. And then the natural sequence was to go from the Bristol as a co-pilot to the Argosy as a co-pilot. And then eventually went back to the Bristol as a captain, and then the Argosy as a captain. And that's what happened to me. Although there was a bit of chopping and changing between the Argosy and the Bristol later on because they had a shortage of pilots. So I went to the Argosy, then back to the Bristol for a while, and then back to the Argosy. Yeah, so that's what we were doing.
So what was the thing like in Wellington in those windy conditions?
Well, pretty good. See, Wellington is a pretty special place. You know, it's one of those airports that's noted for being a wee bit different weather-wise. And Bristol, which was this big slab-sided tail dragger, the weather didn't seem to have the same effect on it while it was flying, except it just lumbered around. You know, got hit by turbulence. It wasn't such a sudden, it was just more of a gradual turbulence. And when we're going particularly in 3-4, landing at 3-4 in Wellington, there's always a bit of a down at the very end of it. And these Varsi lights we talked about before.
There.
It's still there, but it always will be.
Yeah.
So with these Varsi lights, which I was talking about before, ideally it's on a 3-degree glide slope, and you set yourself up on a 3-degree glide slope and strike this down, you finish up too low. So we always went in high. And that down sort of dragged you down to where you should be, and you landed. The aeroplane was no problem flying in big winds. Even on the ground, it was no problem. Usually we done what you called a tail-down wheeler. You didn't try to three-point it, you put it on the wheel so you had control of it. They did have a tail wheel lock in them for the tail wheel. You know, if you didn't put that lock in, it could get a resonance in the tail wheel, and it would spin round and round and round and really shake the whole aeroplane. It wasn't good. So you only done that once. Next time you remembered to put the lock in. And while that's in, the aeroplane stayed pretty straight on the ground. The problem with a big wind and the Bristol, it's so slab-sided when you get side on, the wind tries to weathercock you, get the aeroplane to turn into wind. So you have to use the other side brake, the offside, to keep it straight. And these big disc brakes are on the Bristol. That's what's on them now. Originally they were airbags, but they're disc brakes now. They glaze up, and then they become ineffective. So the aeroplane just finished up going around in circles. And when that happened, you had to call up your base and get them to come out with a tractor with a tow bar and hook it on the back, and you got towed in backwards. Always seemed a bit, funny. Pilots sitting at the front after they've been flying the aeroplane, they're going in backwards.
And you would fly in up to 70 knots, is that right?
65, 70 knots. But it used to always amaze us that the Wellington Aero Club, with their little Victor Air Tours, they were flying in the same conditions.
Wow.
Yeah, imagine that, eh?
We're a bit different these days, aren't we?
Yeah.
And just getting back to the Chathams, you were telling me a story about having to dig it out if you bogged in.
Well, the Chathams, you didn't get to fly to the Chathams until you had a bit of experience. But I certainly went down there as a co-pilot. And not everybody went. Maybe they picked people that, done a bit of deer spotting or cutting deer and landed on beaches and things like that. Yeah, I think there's a bit of the people that went there had that sort of attitude. But in those days, it's a 3.5 hour, 3.5 hours, 7 hours. It was a 7-hour day, 3.5 each way. It might take you more one day because the wind is different, but about 7 hours. And we landed on this field called Hapupu, around about 1,300 metres. But they had consolidated the landing area, because it was all peat bog underneath, by taking limestone and compacting it on the top. And so that was what you landed on. And what happened to quite a number of people and it's not a very good experience. Is that you land, and the wind is always, pretty well always crosswind. It's very subject to southwest winds, southwest trades. It's not a trade wind, it's just a southwest wind. And when you're coming into land, there's a row of trees on the side that the wind is being sheltered from. So the aeroplane, you've got it turned in, you offset for the wind. And just when you get below the height of the trees, you kick it straight and more or less throw it onto the ground, onto the wheels. And then you're on the rudders trying to keep it straight down the runway. But if the wheels happen to skip and you've got hit the brake at the wrong moment, which was real easy to do because everything's happening pretty fast, it locks the wheel.
Right.
And if the wheel goes back to earth in a locked condition, it slid through the cap of limestone into the peat bog below. And I had, on a number of occasions, it absolutely bogged the aeroplane on one side. The wheel goes through, jams, the aeroplane comes to a shuddering stop, usually sideways. You see some ashen looks on the passenger's face. Then you had to climb out of it.
Including all the passengers?
No, they usually stayed put. The first one I ever had was with a guy called Cliff Fantham. So Cliff was out of a seat and gone. I said, where's he gone? I didn't know what he was going to do. Follow me, he said, down the ladder down the side of the Bristol. And had shovels. A guy called Laurie Smiley was he looked after the airfield, but he had the shovels. So by the time I got outside, old Cliff's got his coat off, his jacket's off. I thought I'd better get mine off. I get a shovel, Laurie's there, and we dig this wheel out. Then you get these big mats, big sand mats. They're a bit like they used in the wartime in the desert when they got in the soft spots. So they got these metallized ramps that go underneath the wheels.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So we had those and we'd shove that underneath it. Yeah, give her a go. So up the top you go and you crank her up, and each one of those motors on the Bristol are about 2,000 horsepower when they're in full steam. 1,980 to be precise. Mm-hmm. And you'd crank her up and give her what for, and be a share.
And all the punters are just sitting in there watching this going on.
Yeah, you might have offloaded them. It depends which way you're going. If you're going back to Wellington, they're on for the trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and off you go. Sometimes we didn't even stop. Once you come out, you just kept going. Mm. You went and took off. Mm. Next stop was Wellington or Christchurch.
That must have been nice being part of a Chatham's community in those early days. I mean, those trips must have made a huge difference to those people there.
We developed a lot of rapport with the people down there. Some more than others. You know how you gravitate to some people and more than others. But they were always very kind. The special sort of person to live in the Chathams in those days anyway. Mm. So they were good people. And we used to do lots of things for them. And they always responded with fish. And I bought some bras for a lady one day. Yeah. Went into Thomas's downtown. They said, what size? I said, about this size.
Like this size?
Yeah, I said, about this size. That's a true story.
Had you met the lady before? Did you know if she was well endowed? Or
I don't remember ever seeing her.
There was a time when one of your, the captain got gout in the Chathams.
Yeah, guy Peter Inkster. Yeah, we'd flown down there. It's not the only problem I had with somebody getting crook down the Chathams. I'll tell you about that later. We'd flown down there and stayed the night, overnight in the Waitangi pub. Now, that was a quaint old building right down beside the beach. You know, the beach was so close you could just about catch fish with your hand out the window. Exaggerating, but it was really close. Anyway, we'd had a good night there, and I went down to breakfast in the morning. Departure was at 10 o'clock, and there's no Peter. So I go down to his bedroom and knock on the door, and he appears in his singlet and underpants standing at the door, and obviously in pain. He said, Allan, he said, I've got gout. I said, what are we going to do? said, we'll have to take you up to the hospital, see if they can do something for you, because we had a departure in about an hour and a half's time. So borrowed their Land Rover and I took them up to the hospital, which was run by the nuns. The church run it down there. And they looked at him and gave him some pills, and they said, well, there's not much we can do for you. By this time, it's about 3/4 of an hour before departure. And I said, well, we better go back and get an aeroplane, get a baggage and get an aeroplane. And he said, yeah, better. So he managed to climb up into the cockpit and got in a seat, and he was in terrible pain. These days, this just never would happen these days. You know that. And it's probably wrong that it happened then, but it did. And I climbed in. But he spent most of the trip on the other seat, the jump seat out the back. And I flew the aeroplane back. Landed at Wellington. He got out. No, he didn't. He stayed in the aeroplane. I got out, unloaded it. We flew it across to Blenheim. Put him in his Land Rover and sent him home. He couldn't even work the clutch on the Land Rover.
Wow.
I'd send him on his home with I had to he put it in gear, he's in the steering wheel. I had my foot on the clutch and my other leg was outside and I was hopping along beside the Land Rover, letting the clutch out. Yeah.
The things you do.
I suppose we can talk about those things now.
Well, it was a long time ago, and like you say, it happened. I mean,
It's part of it.
Yeah.
It was a different operation, there's no doubt about it. And probably that's why they were pretty careful about the people they sent down there.
Yeah.
Another thing that happened, and reasonably often, if you had a problem starting an engine down there, we had a boot system. It's effectively a bit of leather, a glove, like a leather glove that goes over the prop, end of the prop, and it's attached to a length of rope. And so if you had a starter motor pack up or you couldn't start the engine, they're far too big to hand swing, you can't hand swing them. So you'd get old Laurie Smiley with his Land Rover and put him adjacent to the aeroplane, and you'd take the rope from the Land Rover and run it right over the nacelle to the blade that's on the other side. You know, it's the way it's going to naturally turn to start. So you run it right across the top of the nacelle down to the other side, so it's got the maximum pulling distance. Hook on this glove onto the end of the blade. Now the pilot's in the pilot's seat. You turn on all your mags and all the stuff for starting and prime it. Make sure it's ready to go, because you only get one go at this. And then when you're ready in the cockpit, there's another guy standing outside. You give him a thumbs up, and he gets onto Laurie and talks to Laurie in the Land Rover. Said, right, and then you coordinate it so that you both know about this. You give him a thumbs up. Laurie lets the clutch out and drives off, so that the rope takes up. It pulls the propeller right through, and providing you're priming at the same time, you'll get one cough out of the engine. And we used to get her started. Hey? Can you imagine that?
It's a different world.
Hey, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
You'd have liked it, Craig. You'd have liked it.
Yeah. Another thing that is a different world is these radar approaches you used to do, where you would be guided down by the air traffic control. Can you tell me how that worked? Because it's just such a foreign concept these days to put, to put your whole sort of life in the aeroplane and just do what the controller's saying right down to the ground.
Well, until you're visual, yeah. That happened in the Bristol era. We happened all the time because we didn't have ILS. There's no ILS. So you know how an ILS works, where you've got a vertical and horizontal signal, which is basically what the aeroplane's receiving and you're flying down. Well, with the radar assisted approaches where they're talking to you, then they're replacing the ILS inputs. Okay, so he's in your headset. If you're cared for a PAPI approach, they'll talk to you. They'll tell you whether you're too high, too low, right or left of track. And it was quite effective.
And it's not tones or anything. They're actually talking. They're saying.
No, they're talking.
So did they say turn left, turn right,
yep,
or
yep.
and descend, climb?
Yep. The controller done exactly that. Yeah. They were highly trained. They were trained for that job. And of course you were too, and there's always the two of you in the cockpit listening to what was being said. But we done a lot of it, and I don't remember any mishaps with that whatsoever.
And what sort of altitude could you go down to on that?
500 feet.
Wow.
Yeah. And in Wellington, you know what 500 feet is if you're on 1.6. You're below Mount Vic. You're in that gap there.
Yeah.
That's where we'd come visual.
Amazing.
Yeah. Quite good to come visual.
So many stories with this operation. It's in the book that Lester Hope did about Safe Air was a great one if anyone wants to read about, called Safe in the Skies, I think. Yeah.
One day I was over here at Omaka flying little aeroplanes. Next day I went over and I was with Jim Howard getting introduced to flying this beautiful big beast. It wasn't this particular aeroplane, but the same as. And you're a long way up in the air. So that's the biggest contrast, is to learn, particularly when you're coming into land.
When to flare.
To flare at the right time.
Yeah. So you would have flared a bit late on the first few, did you? Did you sleep?
Well, I think there were experienced hands on the controls right beside me, ready to recover anything that I'd done wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think it went too bad. The thing about the Bristol and landing was it has a very unforgiving undercarriage.
Right.
And it doesn't sort of absorb the shock of hitting the ground.
Yeah.
It just fires you back in the air.
Yeah. Can we have a wee walk around it?
Yeah.
So what sort of shock absorption system has it got?
Well, it's just a hydraulic leg that goes up in the leg you can see in front of us there.
But they're very hard, obviously.
It's a hard system. If you look down the bottom here, you can see the bottom end of the leg up in here. And it was just, I don't know what the pressure was in there, but it was a high pressure. So there wasn't a lot of absorption.
Yeah.
It was more like a rebound.
Yeah.
So Wellington, particularly Wellington with this type of undercarriage, was quite unforgiving because the wind could be quite strong over there and sometimes you'd bounce and you had to learn very quickly to change a flaring landing into a wheel landing, shove her on the wheels, which they done very well.
So did you wheel it or 3-point it regularly or what, or just a combination?
I think it's a combination of both. You sort of flare a little bit until the wheels touch, and if you bounced, you gave her a nudge on the column and put the nose down and put the wheels back on.
Yeah, nice. So
and you got quite good at it.
Yeah. It must have picked up a lot of ice.
A lot of ice. This is the original aeroplane ice catcher. It really is. And if you look at these propeller blades here, which are very close to the cockpit, it's just up the top here, just at the very top, and the pilot's sitting in there, and of course the co-pilot on the other side has got the same situation. They had a de-icing system where fluid actually ran down the blades, but it was sort of a help. Right. It didn't just stop the ice altogether, and the ice would gradually build up, but the blades would shed the ice. And it would strike. Most Bristol freighters, this one's probably been painted out because it hasn't been flying for a long time, but you get the marks on the propeller line where the ice has been hitting it.
And you could hear that slamming into the fuselage.
Scared hell out of you. First time you got to know about it, because you're sitting there right beside it. Those blades, there's the cockpit, you're sitting in there, and those blades are not very far away from you.
Yeah.
And the front of this aeroplane, if you look at the bulb, it just collects ice. Ice just impacts on there and builds up dramatically.
And how did that change the flying characteristics?
Didn't seem to make a lot of difference.
Really?
Yeah, they're a flying brick. The thing about the ice on the front here, though, is you could land at an airport after you've been flying through ice, and ice would be caked up on the front of the nose here. The door to get for the crew to get out is right here. It's a trap door that drops down.
Yeah.
And you come out, and sometimes you couldn't open the door because it was iced up. So you'd belt it and belt it and belt it, and eventually it would give way and drop down. you would get out, and you'd get out. As you get out, the sheet of ice on the front here would drop off and fall on the ground beside you. Get the hell out of here.
Wow.
And of course, the front of the aeroplane, there was no de-icing there at all.
The wings must have been de-iced.
Only a little bit of fluid, but that's the only de-icing.
And how did the fluid, did it come out of the leading edges, or there were the holes?
Not on the wings.
Squirted out?
The wings didn't have any de-icing whatsoever.
Wow.
No de-icing there at all.
So when you say a little bit of fluid,
the fluid was on the windscreens. We had de-icing on the windscreens. We had de-icing on the propeller blades, which was the fluid.
and
the wings had nothing.
Wow.
Nothing at all. A flying ice block.
And it's a massive cord too, isn't it?
Massive cord. I guess that's some of its beauty because they're all drag, but they're all lift as well.
And so you could have a massive amount of ice on the wings and it just keep trucking on.
Yes, you could. We flew through ice regularly.
And was it something you really tried to avoid, or you just got that you didn't really care about it?
But you got to know what you should do and what you shouldn't.
Yeah.
I'd done a lot of flying in these aeroplanes, and I never ever felt I was compromised by the ice, where it was causing me a concern. So the mornings are very cold in these aeroplanes. It was just absolutely frozen. You're inside there.
What sort of heater did it have?
A human being.
A leather jacket.
No, it had a heating system that came off the engines, but it was pretty hit and miss. When you actually joined the company, they gave you a chamois leather, and it's a big chamois. I said, "What's this for?" They said, "Oh, well, that's to keep you dry." I said, "Why do you need that to keep dry?" They said, "Well, you'll find out." So at 4 o'clock in the morning, particularly if it was frosty, the condensation side was quite dramatic. Or if it had been raining, there was water dripping inside. So you needed the chamois leather.
Sounded like a Lancaster World War II bomber.
Same sort of deal.
Pretty much the same vintage,
technology,
yeah.
So
and they had pneumatic brakes?
Well, initially, the first Bristols, and this was before my time, they came out with big airbags, pneumatic airbags.
Where was the airbag? Up in the engine itself?
No, the disc here was an airbag system. And what was happening with those is they were bursting them. By over-application, they heated up and they burst them, and then there's no brakes. So gradually they put in these big discs. So they're sort of a partially pneumatic and hydraulic system of the brakes. And they worked very well.
Wow, doesn't sound like they would.
They did, until they heated up. The other thing that was that lockable tail wheel. Sometimes that didn't come out. So
she's a bit sorry.
Right.
Look in this one, isn't it?
Down in there, there's a pin. There's a pin that comes down there that locks that fore and aft. Time to put some air in that.
Yeah.
It locks it fore and aft. But if you put any side loading on it, it jams it in there. And you can't get it out.
Right.
So that's the other thing that gets a bit embarrassing. You land, even on a normal day, and you always locked the tail wheel for landing, or otherwise it done that spin. And it shook hell out of the aeroplane. It was terrible. But when it jammed, you couldn't get it out and you're stuck in the middle of the runway. Now let's say that's Wellington, they get a bit titchy about you blocking their runway.
And was there a sort of a special technique of unloading it to get it out?
The co-pilot goes down,
climbs
out, gets the crash axe, comes down here and hits the bottom of the pin would stick down, hits the bottom out of place. Back into place.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we used to do.
That would make quite a good bush wheel on the pacer, that tail wheel, if we had a bit of about the same amount of air pressure that we need.
I'll tell you, Craig, one little story about the tail wheel. We used to do regular runs from Wellington to Nelson with freight. And over in Nelson, they used to have to put a jack underneath the aeroplane up level, because they bought a truck on the front end. It had to be level so the freight could be pulled out on the truck.
Yeah.
I arrived in Wellington, in Nelson one day, and we were doing our paperwork in the cockpit. And I could hear and feel this bang, bang, bang going on in the aeroplane. I thought, what's that? So I climbed down, come around, and here's these two guys with their jack. They couldn't get it into the slot. There's a hole underneath there where the jack should slide into. They couldn't actually get the pin in there because the aeroplane was down on the oleo at the back a wee bit. So they're making a channel on the aeroplane. Put it in.
Really?
Just driving it through the aluminium. I had a strong...
Who were these guys?
Oh, they work for the railways. I had a strong desire as their backsides were going up and down to plant my boot right up the bums. Strong.
Shite.
Yeah, that was hard to believe.
Classy operation.
Actually, it was pretty basic.
And what sort of flaps did it have? Were they lift flaps, drag flaps,
Nah,
effective flaps?
Drag flaps. They're all underneath there.
Electric or?
Yeah, electric. Had,
So did you use them on takeoff?
Nah.
Not at all.
No. They're just a split flap. See, you can see them there.
Yeah.
Just a split flap. They done the trick. She's pretty basic, Craig. Now, attached to that there is that beautiful big Hercules motor.
Yeah.
1980 horsepower they produce, which is a lot, isn't it? And the blades are 14-foot diameter. We had a bit of a problem one day with Charlie off a mic. One of the legs broke off just up in the engine nacelle as we landed at Woodburn.
One of the undercarriage legs?
Yep. Broke off right at the bracket up here. Just in the back of here. And the whole leg, there's a strut goes down right there. There's a leg goes down there and a brace up there. So the brace broke at this fitting. It was on the starboard side, the other side. And the whole leg folded up into the aeroplane. So the next thing, these nashers on the other side, the propellers were hitting the ground. You could plant your spuds in the holes that dug out.
I bet.
Tremendous hole.
Yeah, I bet.
And I can still remember the noise till this day. It was just a dramatic noise. That's my claim to fame with Bristol Freighters.
Right.
We left it all over the runway.
Did it happen in slow motion?
Well, we're actually on the ground. We'd come from Wellington and we landed and we're rolling down the runway and all of a sudden the leg collapsed. There's nothing. It wasn't our fault. It just broke.
You didn't slam it on?
No, not at all. That's what they said in the paper. In the paper, the Dominion, they said, after a heavy landing, the aeroplane, what'd they say, skewed violently to the right and departed the runway, making it our fault. But it wasn't our fault at all. But it sounds a lot more dramatic for the paper, doesn't it?
Well, either way, it sounds pretty dramatic.
Yeah. Anyway, poor old Charlie off a mic, it never flew again.
Right. They wrote it off because of that accident.
They wrote it off, but they chose to, I think.
Did you have any or many, landing incidents with them of any note?
No. Had a takeoff incident once when I was on training, where the training captain probably shouldn't have done this, but it's on 2.5 at Woodburn. We were taking off. And you've got to appreciate when you open the taps and these things, the throttles, there's a lot of horsepower goes into action all of a sudden. And it's a tail wheel aeroplane, so when you lift the tail, you're going to get swing. And he decided to cut the wrong engine for a takeoff experience. And there was just no way we had rudder authority or brake authority to keep it straight. And we went off, and I can remember quite vividly steering between the puppy or the Vasi boxes to make sure we didn't run them down. Missed them all.
Shit.
Yeah.
So they got blamed on you, I suppose.
Well, he tried to blame me, but it was his fault. Should never cut the engine. In those days, they were genuine engine cuts. They pulled the mixture control and shut the air right off.
Yeah.
You're stopping all right.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you had almost 2,000 horsepower on one side at full noise.
Yeah.
Without any control over the tail control. Do you want to have a look inside?
Yep. I've climbed up in there. Some little bugger's broken a window.
Oh, well, that one up there.
Yeah.
Yes, so this used to be the passenger area. It was freight. They put freight in here. And the toilet used to be down the back here. Used to be a toilet in the back. Come again, I put it a wee bit wrong. The toilet for the crew was always on the nose door. But we put a toilet down the back here on the Chatham's aeroplanes, customers. And in the days before we had a capsule like this one that's in here now, we used to be 7 seats in here.
Mm.
And it was a great way for our locals to get to Wellington and back.
Yeah, for staff.
Staff, yeah. Oh, lots of other people do. We carried a lot of people. It was a cheap ride to Noel.
Must have been noisy, because was it like this, just plain skin? It wasn't insulated?
Exactly like this with the seats there. And they weren't very comfortable seats. The other thing that was interesting is that the batteries used to be down the back here. You know, the starting batteries and the batteries for the aircraft. And there was a long lead up to the engines, particularly when you're starting them in a cold morning.
Yeah, right. So it would have been a bit slow.
We had
7 volts up there.
You had a 30-second time on the starter motors, probably because of heating. But if we actually applied that 30 seconds, we never got them started.
Mm.
In those cold mornings, there's 22 gallons of oil in each one of those engines. Okay? So when you go to turn the engine over, you're turning that treacle-type oil in a cold morning.
Yeah.
And you push the button, the starter button, and you hear this, and then it'll stop. All the time the batteries are heating up down the back here. Eventually, after quite a while, you see a wee bit of a movement in the propeller blade. If you could get it through one blade and providing your prime at the right time, she'd start.
And this capsule was a safe air design.
Yes.
Is that right?
It was really the brainchild of Keith Beattie. Keith Beattie was the chief pilot at the time, and Jack Kindicki was the chief engineer. They were the brainchild of this, and they built 2 of them for the Bristol. One was a 20-seat capsule, and the other was a 12-seat capsule. Now, the reason they had the 2 is it affected the length of the capsule, which affected the area in front they could put freight.
Right.
Okay? So if you only had a few people going, you put the smaller capsule in, and you could take more freight.
Pretty smart.
So I thought that was a great idea.
And then they had cutouts just to line up with the windows?
Yes, they did. So we used to carry life rafts down the back, and regularly every year we had to do life raft practice, and it was realistic. We went down to Picton and got in the water, and if you had somebody who didn't like it, people got hurt. Rex Handy got his arm broken once.
Wow.
Yeah. If there was an engine failure and you were going to go in, and you went in, it's hard to imagine that. It'd be horrible. But they'd have to go out there's a hatch just out in the passenger area here. They'd have to go out the top.
Oh.
That's where they'd have to go. I'll show you.
You couldn't open this back door?
Well, if you can't open the door, because it would be in the water probably.
Yeah, right.
Up through there.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got some old lady.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get them up there. It would be, don't even think about it.
It's going to be a bit messy, isn't it?
It wouldn't be like Sully.
No.
Oh, yeah, still there. You might notice right up the front here, pretty dark in here, isn't it? That's the toilet.
Oh, it's a classy looking thing.
That's the crew toilet.
Oh, okay. So it's...
But when we had the capsule in, of course, I said before, they had another toilet down the back.
And it was the same? Was it just a bucket?
Oh, it was a bit flasher. That's for the crew. That's for the crew.
Painted bucket.
So we had a captain, I'll leave names out of it. Had a captain and a co-pilot. They weren't very friendly with each other, and the co-pilot wanted to go to the loo. So we always carried an attendant down the back. You know, they were with the customers, the passengers. So he climbs down the ladder at the side there to go to the loo. So he's doing a serious job, and he had his trousers off and he's sitting on the seat. So the captain called up the attendant down the back and said, "Could you come forward? I want you to come up the cockpit." And he opened up that door. And all the passengers, you can see it there.
Oh, no.
All the passengers got a face full of the co-pilot sitting on the loo. Yeah.
These big clamshell doors, were they electrically opened or just manual?
No. You've got 2 pins up the side here. You've got the five pins in the middle. Can you see these pins? And there's 2 pins up here. Or should I say, there's one each side. They go up into fuselage.
Yep.
And another one on the other side. So you undo those first, and then you open up these other clamshell locks down the bottom here. Starting at the top, working down to the last one here. If you go the other way around, you'd never get the door open.
So it's sort of spring out the wrong way, does it?
There's tension on it.
Yeah.
Then once you've got it undone, you've got to be real careful. In Wellington and in Blenheim, they had these shutter arrangements that went in front of the aeroplane to sort of deaden the wind. Because you can imagine, you open these big doors into the wind.
Yeah, it would rip them off.
Particularly in a big wind at Wellington.
Yeah.
It just ripped them off.
Yeah.
So once you get the clips undone, you put your bum where I am right now, put your leg up there and give a push.
Ah.
That's exactly the technique, just like that.
Right. Part of the co-pilot training.
Oh, we shared. We done leg for leg on the aeroplane.
Yeah.
And we done it in the left-hand seat, so if it's your leg, you got into the left-hand seat. Wasn't just a captain only.
Oh, you swapped seats.
Swapped seats.
Yeah.
That there is also, down the bottom is a hatch there, in the nose. And that is just a person hatch where you get out.
Yeah.
We used to carry horses in here.
Did you?
And the horses would be in boxes about where we're standing here, with the heads hanging over the side. And when you got in, and the doors, you'd shut the doors. And when you went to get in up this trapdoor, as you climbed up, you climb up into a horse's head. And numerous people got bitten by the horse. Chunk. Yeah. So we carried a lot of horses, mainly between Auckland and Christchurch and vice versa.
So you get bit by the horse and then you climb in and do an NDB departure and get iced up. And
Yeah.
It's a real job.
We were a tough start.
Yeah.
When we're carrying horses, we had a vet box.
Oh,
We had abilities to put a lethal injection into the horse, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, but you last resort. Johnny Wright, one of our senior captains of the past, he had one break free on its out of its box. Nearly went out through the side of the aeroplane. And that's the closest that I know of anyone having to give an injection.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of, we talk about risk and mitigations a lot these days. I mean, there's quite a lot in this operation that no one's ever thought of.
Absolutely. Yeah, she was pretty basic.
Mm.
But it was effective.
Yeah.
We didn't really have incidents. And we carried them in the Argosy too.
I'm sure you had a whole lot of common sense back then, which
I think we
a
did.
little bit lacking in these days.
I think we also had a bit of, we'll get the job done without being stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
But now regulation tends to stop you doing that sort of thinking.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that you didn't have many incidents, means you must have been thinking about it and doing common sense stuff, or else you would have, because you've got a lot of risk there.
Absolutely. And Craig, another thing while I'm looking at it, that's the centre section up there. That bit in the middle here, it just looks like a metal sheet. But that's where the wing goes right through.
Okay.
Now, that you may remember, or history will tell you, that there was only ever one fatal safe air accident, and that was down at Christchurch, when the centre section broke and the wings fell off.
Hmm.
And the senior management of Safe Air lost their lives. It was pretty sad.
They were all on the flight.
They were all on the flight, yeah. And they finished up in the Rusty golf course. That's where the aeroplane crashed.
Mm.
But what happened was that these centre sections here was where it's like the foundation of your house. That's where all the pressure is on the machine. The wings flexing and everything, they're working in there all the time. So they put a time limit on it. And I think it was 1,200 hours.
Well, it's not long.
No, it wasn't long. And they used to have to, because that's really the basics of the aeroplane, isn't it? It's right in the centre of the aeroplane. To take that out, you've got to just about pull the aeroplane apart.
Mm.
So they used to do that very, very clever at Safe Air. They pulled them out and reworked them and rebuilt them and x-rayed them all, put them back in. Then eventually, because of traceability of how they were going, they managed to get that 1,200 hours increased. And I think it was 2,000 hours when I finished flying E6.
Right. Should we go up the ladder?
Well, this is not quite authentic,
No.
is it? because we used to have to climb up that ladder up the side there.
I see. Yep.
We used to always help the young ladies up there.
This is designed for people with a few more years under their belt.
Yeah, oh, kind of like me. Yeah. You got pretty good at it, Craig.
Yeah.
You're right about that. This is a bit of a different system.
Probably harder now, is it?
Well, I'd sooner go up the other way. Well, look at this. Wonder who broke the window.
Marty said it was some little shit kid.
That's a bit sad.
I know. I'll take the co-pilot seat.
That's a bit sad, you know. This is sad.
Was it noisy up here? Because you wouldn't have heard noise.
Very.
No noise cancelling earphones.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Called Amphivox. Yeah. They weren't like these things. These are Clarks, are they?
Yeah.
They were old Amphivox. Red coloured earphone muff. And they sort of worked. So when you think about it, you know, here, the engine's there, the noise is quite horrendous. So every one of us guys that flew Bristol Freighters got high tone deafness.
Okay.
And that's because of that.
Does it feel like you just stepped out of it, or does it feel like a long time?
Oh, it doesn't feel strange to me. Except I'm a bit sad when I look around it.
Yeah, she's a wee bit sorry looking.
Oh, it's just terrible. You know, even to get it taxiing again, which I understand there's a hope, that's a huge job. It is now. It's a huge job. Even the fuel's off it. No, that's not going to go on. That's the on position for the fuel.
Okay.
At the back here, you've got a jump seat. And all sort of the equipment bay down there. The radios were just down around the corners. I don't think they're still there, are they? Can't see the radio boxes and things. All the radios were up along the top here, where the big holes are now. Somebody's ripped them out. On the right here, we've got our magneto switches, both the engines. And the on-off controls for turning off the fuel and liquids the engine if you had a fire. These are fire switches, just here. Engine instruments, there's not many of them, they're just along the bottom here, very basic. Fuel gauges on your side there. We used to have a VOR, or sort of in the Chatham Islands aeroplanes, we had a PN101, which was a sort of a electronic compass system. We thought we were really made.
So what other navigation did it have?
An ADF. One ADF.
One ADF. And this
for a starter.
Okay.
It did improve because we finished up with VOR and all that stuff later on.
Yeah. And you had an AH on each side.
Yep.
And
pretty basic. Pretty basic. And you had a DI in the middle.
Yeah.
And that had to be set like in a light aircraft off the standby compass.
Right, okay.
And then when we done started the Chatham Islands, we got this remote reading compass, EN101 they called it. And we thought we were made. And we got a thing called DME, 200 meg DME. God, we were made. The first trips I'd done to the Chathams in CLT or COK, they only had an ADF. They had a drift sight down the right-hand side, the co-pilot side. Now, a drift sight is a sort of circular arrangement where you put your head down into it so you can view the surface below you. In this case, it would be the sea. And you pick up a white cap on top of the sea and assess the drift of the aeroplane. And you use that on a bit of a chart. We're done it the hard way. You know, didn't have any of that modern stuff.
So did they train you in this sort of in the classroom, or was it sort of
no, just learn as you go sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But you always went with an experienced person.
Yeah.
In the early days, it was pretty basic. We'd leave Wellington or even Christchurch, and we'd use a back bearing on the 180F radio compass on 2YA Wellington.
Oh.
Because 2YA Wellington was the strongest station in New Zealand at that time. And then you'd be hoping that you would pick up the NDB in the Chatham Islands. But the problem with that was they used to forget to turn it on. So you'd tune into the Chatham Islands, 322, and expect your needle to go twang, and there she is. No, she's going round and round and round because it's getting no signal. So we didn't have direct contact with the Chatham Islands. The only way we could contact them was through the HF on the Fisherman's Band, which we had to talk to Auckland. Auckland had to talk to the Chatham Islands. The Chatham Islands guys then had to say, oh, hold on a minute, we'll go and turn it on. We forgot, or the operator's asleep, or he didn't get out of bed or something. Then he had to get on his push bike and ride down the road at the Chathams to this little box where they had the ADF, or the non-directional beacon, and turned on. And all of a sudden your needle will go, twang! And there she was.
This time you're nearly there.
Yeah, you're nearly there. And all of a sudden you're 200 meg. I don't know if you ever flew, you probably didn't fly 200 meg DME. It was short range stuff. You might get that with, it was always good to see it. But we never missed it.
Mm. What was she like with an engine out?
Not too bad. Not too bad, but it gobbled the gas. So with two engines running, we used to calculate something like about 70 gallons an hour. If you lost an engine, you put full noise on. Here's your power levers here. Full noise on. It opened up a great big valve that emitted colossal amounts of fuel. And all of a sudden you went up to 250 gallons in there in that one engine.
Wow.
So I had a bit of an incident with a guy called Don Williams. Well, Don's passed on now, but he was a real character. Ex-wartime man, member of the Canterbury Polo Club. So he jumped out of an aeroplane up in the Pacific and finished up in the sea. But Don and I got on pretty well. We talked the same language. We were coming out of Wellington. We got a beam mount Vic there, and the starboard engine decided to throw a wobbly. Didn't just throw a wobbly, it just threw half a piston right out through the side of the cowl, shoved it off. And old Don, I was a brand new co-pilot. Old Don was a reactive man. I won't tell you what he said because it was a very basic word, and he kept saying it as he got into shutting down an engine. There's no crew consideration there. There wasn't any system. He was doing it himself.
He was back to single pilot.
All of a sudden, we were back to no engine because he got the wrong engine.
Oh, no.
And we were only about, 800 feet? But he hadn't cut off the fuel with the fuel cut off here. Luckily, he shoved that up again and the engine kicked into action, and we had that one engine. So we staggered around the circuit at Wellington, come back and landed on 3-4. Got the tractor out because can't taxi on one, as I told you before about the brakes. And they towed us in, and we got out of the aeroplane and we walked around the outside, and we're looking at this starboard side of the aeroplane with oil all over the place. Just 21 gallons of oil, just hot oil went just everywhere.
That's a lot of oil.
And there was a lady on the Wellington airport that day. She was doing something else, but she worked for the Dominion newspaper, and she came over. She saw this aeroplane with its engine obviously damaged, and she came up and told Don. She said, "Oh, I've got a bit of a problem there, Captain." Oh, Don said, "It's just a bloody normal malfunction, and here's half the engine hanging off the side of the aeroplane." Just some of those things you remember.
Yeah.
Well, you got your pitch levers here. Now, here we go. When you get up there, you're saying about starting it, or you climb into the seat here, and the starting was petrol tank covers, which you had to have a look at that hatch to make sure the petrol tank covers are down. Top hatch, which is the top hatch, you make sure it's locked down. If it wasn't locked down, it wouldn't matter very much. It would trail in the airflow. Starting and feathering masters, which you turn that they're on this side. We have to think a wee bit over here and make sure they're on, because nothing's going to happen unless they're on. Isolations, you make sure that they're on. And then pitch fully fine, throttle set, and then you come over this side and the starting motor's down. There's a lever down here. Primer and starter. There's a primer, starter. Okay. You select left to right engine. And that's just that easy. Just really easy.
Basic stuff, eh?
On the 60th anniversary of Safe Air, I got to start this, which was a big thrill. Myself and one of the lady pilots we had.
Brakes, undercarriage,
Down, locked,
and welded.
3 green.
Yeah, mixture. Pitch, fine. Brakes are on, we've got that, and we're all ready to roll.
Now, you guys that flew with nice modern autopilots, here's the autopilot in the Bristol Freighter.
Oh, I thought they were standby systems, but that's the autopilot.
That's the autopilot. That's the autopilot system. And it's run by, it's really basic stuff. It's sort of might hold your attitude thing, or it might not. So she's pretty basic.
And look at the on-off switch.
Yeah,
like the
that's it, yeah. So maximum speed, 207 knots. And I've been with it for 207 knots. A training captain on my check one day decided we were going to put it up to the max speed.
Was it noisy?
Yeah, and I didn't like it a lot. I'll tell you why I didn't like it, because I had in my mind that centre section.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Anyway. But they normally cruise around about 140 knots.
Okay. And approach speed?
Down to pretty low. Around about 90. Over the fence, 80. And you probably touch down at about 60. Now, there's some memories there, Craig.
Yeah,
Lots of memories.
I must say you look pretty good sitting there, you know. Sort of pretty natural looking.
Well, Sue Truman was the lady that was the co-pilot when we started the 60th anniversary. Anyway, Sue and I were had a job to take gas canisters in one of these across to Wellington from Blenheim, and we had to wear masks. And there's a picture of us.
I was
You might
looking
have
at
seen
that
it.
picture the other day.
I was sitting here with
Yeah.
the mask on, driving the aeroplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You must have had some shitty trips up the North Island, did you?
Yeah. Well, there's a bit of a written story that I've told about that. Up through the middle of Ahura, I suppose, did you ever have to fly through there in about 8,000 feet? That seems to be the breeding.
No.
It'd always be above it.
Been never lower than about 40.
Yeah, you'd be above the wind. Well, these things had to fly through it because they couldn't get up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get up through Ahura, and I reckon that's the spawning ground for CBs in New Zealand. And you'd be in the pitch black at night, sitting in here, the noise going on, vroom, 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 vroom. And all of a sudden, you know with the radar, there's nothing to tell you these CBs are coming. You fly into them. Next thing you're into it, and you're getting thrown all over the place, and the lightning starts. You look out the wing there, and you can see this green light flickering along the wing, and then goes flashing through the cockpit here. And I always reckon it was God talking to us. I'm about to get you. Huey's about to get us. It was scary stuff. And the rain, you'd look out here and you could see the engine, and you could see the stubs of the engine at night, and they glowed red hot. So you can see all that. But the air intake, which you can see is right on top of the wing there, that would be sort of caked with ice all around it. But the rain would be like a waterfall. You'd see it going in there and you think, how does that engine keep going? Just bulk water going straight into the engine.
Yeah.
They never seemed to miss a beat. But what they did do, these over here, the two controls here, they're for selecting hot air for the engines. Okay, so normally you're getting cold air, and the fuel mixture is much more efficient with the cold air. But if you got into iced up situation where the intakes got iced over, the airflow is cut off. So they had the manufacturers had built in a system where they automatically went into a hot air position where they stopped taking the air from outside but took it from inside the cow. But that caused a significant drop in the revs. So you
shit yourself.
Oh, shit yourself. Particularly if you're halfway to the Chathams, because that happened halfway to the Chathams.
Yeah.
I don't know what the passengers thought, never asked them. Yeah, so it would go into the warm air situation.
Wow. Just a horrible place to be.
But that Uhura and the Chatham, going to the Chathams. You get out there, get to the critical point. I was with Bryan Williams one day, and we're going down there, and we've got just the critical point where, you can go on or you can go back, same distance. And all of a sudden the starboard engine went and picked up about 500 revs less, I said, gosh, that's a bit scary. With that, the other engine done the same thing. Both the engines have done it. Scary stuff. Tell you the other thing that happened with our operation, I reckon we controlled the birth rate in Blenheim. The only way to get into Blenheim in those days, there was a beacon. The Blenheim beacon was at the Wairau Bar, just where the river goes into the sea. So you do your NDB approach and you get to the beacon. So if it's crappy up the valley, us local fellows knew our way in, because if you flew, even though you're pretty low, flew up Rose's overflow, over the top of the Cook Strait cable, made sure that you didn't hit it, and then right up the top of Rose's overflow, that took you to Bud Street. And if you veered slightly left, well, the post office is the biggest building in town that went past on your port side, and then straight in front of you is David Street. So if you've got David Street, it's straight onto the runway.
And what height would you be?
Oh, below the cloud. Don't expect me to answer that, do you? Below the cloud. But the controller never ever closed the airport until the last Bristol was at home.
Okay.
But the controlling of the birth rate, we eventually got an upgrade to the single NDB. They put another NDB in the middle of town. What a stupid place to put it. By this time we had a second NDB in the ADF in the aeroplane, so we could do this fantastic, accurate system called twin NDB approaches. So we come over the NDB at the bar, and you've got your other NDB on the beacon in town, and you plant the two, one on top of the other, and it was pretty accurate, actually, providing you're getting a good signal. But you come in there, and we were doing these late night ones like I was talking about before, late night flights, and you come in there, and it'd be the wee small hours in the morning, and the minima at the town NDB was quite low. I think it was about 800 feet. So on the odd occasion, we'd get there, and you couldn't see the runway. So you know what you've got to do then? You've got to go away. So you're on with these levers here, 4,000 horsepower, 2,000 each side comes roaring in, and I reckon every bedroom light in Blenheim went on. So what do you do in the middle of the night then? To go back to sleep.
Make babies.
You make babies. Yeah. So that was all pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I think we were a special crowd, all of us. I think we learnt to do our job pretty well. You would shudder as a modern day pilot, and I have been too, so I know what control is in the system these days to what it was in those days. It's more of a do-it-yourself operation.
Yeah.
Like if we wanted to come home VFR from Christchurch, we just flew up through Molesworth and these things.
But the thing is, these days we're all taught that that's cowboyish and unsafe, but it wasn't unsafe.
No,
was it?
not at all. Nobody had incidents.
Mm.
And you just didn't do it in stupid conditions, but if it was a really nice day, you just had a scenic coming home.
Yeah.
Even in the Argosy days, it was a bit like that. It got more, well, the Argosy is a different kettle of fish, bigger aeroplane, turbo. We flew above the clouds, and weather wasn't quite the same problem.
But horses for courses, isn't it? If you're in the machine and you've got the training, and well, people should be able to do that sort of thing.
A lot of our early captains, when I was a junior co-pilot, were ex-Air Force. They come through the war, some of them, like old Don Williams I was talking about. Now, Don went up to Auckland one night, and it was below minimus, arrived at Auckland, below minimus, and he lost an engine. Now, he couldn't go back. He had to get it in there. And he was staggering around Auckland trying to find visual conditions far below minima. And he got it in. You know, you've got to respect that. Mind you, the alternative wasn't very good.
No, but he made it. I mean...
And it's only the skill of the man
Yeah.
that got that. Some people would not have handled that. Yeah. Luckily, I never had a situation like that.
Did you have anything to do with the UFO incident?
I wasn't on the flight that the book's written about.
Yeah.
That was Bob Gard and Ian Perry and Bill Startup. Yeah. But yes, we saw UFOs.
Oh, you saw them?
Oh, yeah.
Like similar to what they saw?
Well, way before that, Vern Powell, who was one of our pilots from way back, and I were flying out of Blenheim, one night. And we got out over the bar, and this thing flew out of the sea. The light just flew out of the sea in front of us. Went straight out into space. So whatever that was, I don't know.
What do you think it was now, if you had to have your best guess?
I'd have said if I was up in the Middle East, it'd be a missile, because that's probably what it looks like. I don't know that it was, but I'd also seen that happen one other place. We'd done a bit of yachting in our life too, and we sailed up around the Pacific in yachts. And on the first trip, we finished up in this boat called Yalinga in Tonga Tapu. And because it was a Sunday and Tonga shut down on a Sunday, we couldn't go ashore. We had to stay overnight on the boat. And something like that happened there. Something climbed out of the sea and went straight out into space.
Do you think it was man-made?
I can't answer it. But it's different. It's just something different.
Wow.
It would give you the impression it was man-made, yeah. But down the coast, the Kaikoura coast, I saw lights down there too, and that was in the Argosy, but not to the same extent as what's written about in that video that Paul Davidson has done, which is well worth looking at. Yeah.
That must have been quite a big thing around in the company at that time, because it was a pretty well-known phenomenon.
And worldwide, and it's still quite a story.
Yeah.
And it's worth having a look at that video, really is. Paul's done an excellent job of recording that, as he has the final flight. Yeah.
So you went on to, talking about the Argosy, you went on to that in 75. What was it like compared to the Bristol?
Well, it's like day as to night, all of a sudden you see the Argosy wasn't that much higher it could fly, but it did fly higher, and it sort of got just above the weather. So
it was pressurised.
Yeah, it was pressurised, yeah. So we're about 14, 16, it could go up to 25,000, but the Argosy wasn't over, even though it had 4 engines, it wasn't over endowed with power, particularly if you had the temperature was up a wee bit and you had a big load. You just sort of staggered a bit. But it was different. I don't think there's any other aeroplane that's ever been built that's had more instruments in it. Anywhere there was a blank spot, they put an instrument. Gosh, there was some stuff in there. But it was a great cockpit. It was a big, huge cockpit. And it kept a ball in there. Always hot. Had a lot of gear sitting in there in the sort of the operations room, we called it, just behind the jump seat. There's all sorts of things going. Inverters, converters, generators, everything that created heat. We had heat. And we're always fit for fellas because we had to climb up and down those ladders to get into them.
But was it a lot more mundane? Was it more like an airline job?
It was an airline job, yeah. And it was operated like that too. But we were flying a lot of night flying with that. Every night, for instance, you would leave Woodburn and go to Christchurch, up to Wellington, Auckland, probably back to Christchurch, and then back to Woodburn again for a crew change.
But it seems like you had a lot more time on your hands, with the nighttime flying, so you would have all day on your hands. So you referred to sailing just before. You owned and built and sailed lots of boats over the year. I think you said you built 5 boats, all in your spare time.
Yep.
You sailed a couple of times around the Pacific. You built a boat, Carlina,
Yep.
in 1 year.
Yep.
Tell me about that one.
Yeah. And going back just a little bit, the flying job with Safe Air was excellent because you worked hard, but you had a lot of time off too. And it's usually through the day because a lot of our flying was at night. And I always needed something to keep me occupied. So when we came to Blenheim and when I was running the Aero Club, I got pretty heavily involved in boating then and the Waikawa Boat Club. So we bought a boat called the Janita, which came from Resolution Bay down the Sounds. And I took it up to the Aero Club, and while I was flying and doing all these things with Molesworth and such like, I was also rebuilding the boat and the hangar. Nobody seemed to mind those days. I think these days they would. But it seemed like I could do just anything I liked in those days because the balance sheet was looking pretty good.
Yeah, until you called quits on it all.
Yeah, well, nobody ever did. Whereas the 3,000 hours a year kind of helped. But anyway, I built quite a few boats. So I decided to, I got mixed up in the Waikawa Boat Club. I was Commodore there a couple of times, and gradually we got into ocean sailing and things like that. And I built 3 yachts and 2 motorboats. The first yacht I built was a Cavalier, which is built by Cavalier 39, was built by me. We sailed that one up around Tonga and then came back again and decided that it had shortcomings, so we better build something else. So I decided to build this 45 Whiting, which was a Whiting 45, and it had 1 mast and two sails sort of arrangement. So Carlina got on the drawing board, and at the same time, about this time, Peggy Muldoon was in power, Rob Muldoon, and he brought in a sales tax on boats. And because he'd done that, a lot of boat builders had orders cancelled, and Jorgensen's shed down there became available. It was empty. So I hired Jorgensen's boat shed. Jorgensen's were a boat building business in Waikawa. But they'd lost all their contracts. So I hired their shed, and I had opportunity to use some of their expertise, but I basically done it myself. And we started building this Carlina. So I was flying Argosies through the day, sometimes through the night, but in 1 year, 12 months, I find this pretty hard to believe myself. I built this boat, 45 foot, triple skin, carry, all resourced and all glued together. But it was a marvellous, marvellous boat. So we put that in the water, sailed it for a couple of years, and then we took it right up around the Pacific.
Must have been a big day when you did the launching of that.
Well, that went a bit wrong.
Oh, did it?
Went a bit wrong. Finn Jorgensen was running the business of Jorgensen's Boat Builders, and we're on his slipway. So the slipway had 2 trolleys, or dollies they called, on. One was empty, Carlina was on the front one. So to get Carlina into the water, we had to get past the back one. They normally would have taken it off the rails, so you had nothing to interrupt you going into the water, but they hadn't. So you had all these people there, 100 people. Pretty embarrassing. Big day. Family had done the thing with the prayers and wished to weld the boat into the water. The bottle of wine, Jen done the bottle of wine, smashed it on the front, and off the boat goes down the rails. And it stopped. It stopped. It hit this other dolly. It stopped about 10 feet short. And there was about 1 foot short of water to float it.
Yeah.
And there it stayed for a whole tide sequence. So that was the end of the launching.
Did everyone wait for the tide to come up? Or?
There wasn't so many people there that night. So Carlina went in the water, but she was a beautiful boat. We sailed it. Had a bit of bad luck with it. We lost a man off it over in the Tasman.
That was, you'd done a Pacific cruise for 3 months. Was that on the tail end of that cruise?
Yeah. We left Jorgensen's, went up to Lordy Islands, then Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, across to New Guinea, down to Cairns, Brisbane, down through the Broadwater to Surfers Paradise. Scary thing to do with a boat. You go aground all the time. But we done that. And then out through the Southport Bar to Lord Howe, and then off to Picton. And just south of Lord Howe Island is Ball's Pyramid. Have you seen Ball's Pyramid?
No.
If you go over to Lord Howe, go and have a look at that. We flew around it in the Senecas when we flew them out too. But anyway, we went there, and then just south of Ball's Pyramid, which is a hunk of rock that sticks right out of the water by 2,000 feet. Looks like an inverted ice cream cone.
Mm.
So we'd sailed around that at night, and you could see the southerly front coming. And by midnight, it was blowing 70 knots. And we decided at 4 o'clock in the morning, everything happens at sea at 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it happens in the air about 4 o'clock in the morning too. All the bad things. We decided to put on a storm sail. And I had this mate of mine, Stu Ross. He got up on the deck, had his harness on, never clipped it on, and he went over the side. He's still out there somewhere. Mm.
When did you realise he had fallen off?
Well, I was on the wheel where the skipper should be. That was sort of the command position. And it was so dark, I sensed something happened. I had that feeling something happened. So I'd done a roll call, and he wasn't there. So that was not a good scene, Craig, at all. Yeah, ruins the trip, I can tell you. We hunted for about 10 hours. You got to think of a Dan buoy you chuck over with a light on it. But the conditions were scary. Now, you've got to have been there to appreciate it. The boat would go down into the bottom of the swell, and you'd be right out of the wind effect, because it's sheltered by the swell system itself. And then you come up the swell and come to the top where you get the full pressure of the wind, and the boat would get knocked on its side, and you'd slide down the start of the next swell. And that went on for hours and hours and hours, scary stuff. And that's where we lost Stu. So it was pretty hopeless.
Mm.
And what I remember is the authorities just didn't want anything to do with you. The HF radio was still working, and it wouldn't have made any difference anyway. Because
You mean at the time when you were looking for him?
Yeah, they just didn't want anything to do with us. Yeah.
But I guess that call of having to, you said you looked for him for 10 hours and then having to make that decision, okay, we'll carry on to Picton, that must have been a tough
I never made the decision. The crew made it for me.
Mm.
I was having trouble leaving the area
Mm.
because I felt totally responsible. It was my boat. He'd helped me build it. Wasn't a good situation. And still, even talking about it today, I can feel it there.
Mm.
You sort of kind of feel that if he hadn't been helping you, he would have been still here. Yeah.
And he had a family?
Yeah, he did. He was separated from his wife. But that's the big thing. After he'd gone and we got on our way, heading towards Picton again, he was sleeping in the forward cabin. You have to go and clean up his gear and put it away. And you arrive back in Picton and the police meet you, and you've got to do all the official stuff, and the family meet you. They were there on the jetty.
They knew, or were they waiting for him?
Yeah, no. It became news. Became big news.
Like before you arrived, though?
Yeah. But they were down at Waikawa. Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh, it was a bit terrible.
Yeah. Especially you've got this, boat that you built together, and it's all exciting. And did you keep the boat after that?
Well, I've probably put the mark on Carlina.
Mm.
I kept it for 2 years, but it was never the same.
No.
And so we eventually sold it. And I traded it on a boat called Altair, which is a big bridge decker, which we had for a while. But I guess sailing wasn't right out of me, so I built another one called Natai. By this time we were running the Orchard and Straits Air out at Rapara. So I got the hull of it up in Auckland too. It was a 10.8. I forget the brand now, but it was 10.8 metres. So we bought the hull in Auckland, stuck it on a truck, brought it down to Parramatta, put it in the water, went and bought all the lead and stuck in the lead inside. Lead's supposed to be outside on a keel, but it's put in the inside. The motor was in it, and that's how I motored it across the Straits with the mast lying along the deck. It wasn't even stepped. So there's no sort of grip of the water. So when you went over waves, it slid sideways. Quite an exciting trip, that one too.
Yeah.
And I finished up in Waikawa and I went to turn around to park it, to put it alongside the jetty. And it wouldn't steer. I nearly rammed another boat. I didn't, but I nearly did. Thought I was going to.
Mm.
Yeah, so that was Natai, we called that one.
Right.
And that was built at the Trossachs, at the Trossachs and orchard we had.
Mm. And talking about exciting trips, well, not exciting, in August 78, you were bringing another boat down with a friend called Basil Brush.
Well, the boat's called Basil Brush.
Yeah, the boat was.
The guy's called Mike Gurin.
Yeah. Tell me about that one.
Well, Basil Brush. There was a song
Where do
about
we
it.
start?
Yeah, Basil Brush. Well, I was flying, that's Bristol Freighter times, and Mike Gurin was also flying for Safe Air. Now, because I had quite a lot to do with boats, I'd been boating pretty consistently. Mike decided I would be the fella to bring down the boat from Auckland for him, with him as crew, and another 2 guys. He asked me whether I'd do it, and I said, oh yes, we'll do it. So duly we headed off up to Auckland to view this little Basil Brush, which was a white, an H-28, well-known boat. They've gone all over the world. So the 4 of us decided to leave Auckland and head off around East Cape. We come down the east side of the North Island. Pretty good trip. Get down to Palliser and it's flat calm, so we have the motor going. We're motoring around Cape Palliser just on dark. Gets dark. We nose out into Cook Strait, just out here, nearly home. You can see the lights of Blenheim way in the distance. And Wellington's just around the corner. What possibly could go wrong? So the night goes on. It gets darker and darker and the wind starts. And it got worse and worse and worse. Now out there, it's pretty shallow coming across that bight from Palliser. And the seas got rougher and rougher and rougher. In the end, we had a couple of old tyres we used as a sea anchor. We chucked them over the front. I think in hindsight, it was probably the wrong thing to do. I think it might have caused what happened afterwards. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, we're all down below. We battened down the hatches, so to speak, and we're down below. Boat's like a little bit of cork getting tossed all over the place. Pitch black. And these big waves have been hitting the boat for quite a period. And it was knocking us about, knocking the boat over. But then at 4 o'clock in the morning, I heard this thing which you knew it was different. It sounded just like, I don't know if you might be a bit young to remember the old steam engines coming into the station, but the old steam trains used to make a horrendous noise. But that's what this wave sounded like coming towards us. Knew it was different. Next thing, all hell, it was pitch black already. All hell broke loose, getting thrown all over the cockpit. There's crashes and bangs, and we're upside down.
Like actually upside down?
It tipped us upside down. And then we stayed there for a second or two with, you're sort of lying on the ceiling of the boat then because that's now the floor. And then it went the rest of the way, went right around and came up. And there was about, I suppose, 2 feet of residual water lying on the floor of the boat, or what they call the sole of the boat. So you're standing in this water. Can't see a thing. No torches, nothing. Scary stuff. The radio had been torn out of its mounts. The galley had been, all the bulkheads around the galley had been torn out. Everything that was in the galley, like the food and stuff, was strewn all over the place. Chaos. So we found a light and established that everybody's still alive and on board. Next thing, the life raft, which was secured on the deck outside, heard it break loose. And I can remember thinking that's our last way to survive this thing if this is going to sink. We need that. So I was outside in the storm on top trying to rescue this life raft, which I did, and tossed it down below, battened the hatches down again. And daylight was coming by this time. And I thought what to do. We got the radio, which was it had been thrown out of its mount, put it back in, found we had some power, so started the engine. The engine went for about 3 revolutions, and there's rubbish over the side from having capsized and gone round. There's rope and stuff that hooked itself around the prop, and the prop stopped, so we didn't have any engine either, had nothing. So what to do? So we got the radio. How can we make this radio work? So we sort of jammed it back into where it lived, got the power leads and put them on it again, and we got noise out of it. So we managed to talk to Wellington Radio. Now, by this time, we'd made the news, evidently, after talking to Wellington Radio, because we put out I didn't do a mayday, I've done a PAN call, and we all know that's an emergency call. And they were pretty interested in what happened. But straight away it got onto the news, and Jan got to hear about it over this side of the ditch.
From the news.
From the news. And she had a radio too. And so she could hear one side of the story going on. Okay, so the Bristol becomes involved now. Bristol Charlie Papa Tango, which is the one sitting out at Omaka, that very aeroplane. They had initially, to help us out after our emergency call, they decided to send out the police launch from Wellington. They went as far as the entrance of Wellington Harbour and turned around and went back because it was too rough. Then the Aero Moana was going out. The old Aero Moana, one of the first ferries.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, well, the Aero Moana, they had it and they turned around and went back. Okay. So Owen Hughes, by this time, who was flying the Bristol Freighter, he was the captain of the Bristol Freighter, him and a guy called Paul Hyland. They were on the normal mail run between Christchurch and Wellington. And he thought, I'm going to have a look for these fellas. And it wasn't authorised by the company or anything. He took it on his own shoulder, loaded up a bit of extra gas into the aeroplane, and it was Charlie Papa Tango and Owen Hughes and Paul Hyland that found us. And I got to tell you, that's one of the better things I've seen in my life, is that Bristol Freighter appear. Yeah. And it was pretty low too when he came past us, and Paul Hyland had fair hair, and I could still see him in the where you were sitting the other day in the aeroplane. He was sitting right there. So they'd found us. Next thing they said, we'll send the Columbus, New Zealand to you. It's a container ship that's going into Wellington. It's on a scheduled run. So it arrived on the scene, and they created a windbreak with the seas for us. And they said, that'll be just until we get the Taupo, which is a fisheries protection boat, to come to you. They were Navy. So the Taupo duly arrived on the seas, and these were big seas, horrendous seas. So the Taupo arrived, and they decided they're going to tow us into Wellington. So they're going to get a rope to us so they can tow us. So the first thing they do is put a diver in with a little light rope that he's going to swim across. What a stupid thing to do. He went for about 10 feet and he nearly drowned. Yeah. And they pulled him back onto the Taupo, feet first.
Wow.
So what to do then? So here we are. We're at the mercy of everybody else. We can't do anything. So next thing, bang, and this line gets shot from the Taupo straight across the intervening space, across the deck of us, and it's the line. Why they didn't do it for a starter, I don't know. But there was a risk attached to it, because if we'd been in the way of that thing, it would have killed them. Mm. So they shot this thing across the deck, and attached the end of this light line was the big heavy hawser they're going to tow us with. And it took us 2 hours to pull this thing across. And
meanwhile, this other thing's bouncing up and down not far from you, obviously.
Yeah, they are, yeah. So we eventually get it there, and we tied it onto the base of the mast, pretty secure point. And then off we go, heading for Wellington. By this time, it's getting towards night again, so we're off into the
you've
dark.
been a whole day.
Yeah, the whole day doing it. So it's dark, and off we go. Now, the Taupo had to do 6 knots to keep his steerage, and we were behind him on the length of this hawser, a horrendously long hawser. Went over one swell system, so the towing boat was through one system, there's the wave, and then we were on the other side with the hawser attached. And he's doing 6 knots, and this little light boat behind him didn't do 6 knots. We got shanghaied through the first wave by Pat Smith, got fired around the cabin, donged his head, thought he was dead. He was down on the sole of the boat, which is the floor of the boat. We managed to jam some cushions around him to keep him there. And we didn't know whether he was alive or dead till we got into Wellington.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't.
Wow.
And the rest of us were jammed in there. And I can remember looking at my watch at 12, coming up to 12 o'clock, and it said 12 o'clock. And
Midnight.
yeah, midnight, pitch black. Jammed myself back into place, and what I thought was 10 minutes later, I look at my watch again, and it's 1 minute past 12. Time just went so slow.
Did you have any steerage?
No, none whatsoever.
So you were just holding on.
Just holding on. And we were at their mercy. Eventually, 13 hours later, we got into Wellington. Quite pleased to see it.
Wow.
About 20 years later, we're on the Bristol Freighter sitting in the back, coming home. So that's the Basil Brush story.
And was there a bit of a welcoming committee there when you got there?
Yeah, I think they're quite pleased to see us.
Another one of your projects, which we should just mention, is you went mussel farming in
Yeah, we
Beatrix
did.
Bay. And there was a guy called Lockie McPhail, which was a big help to you there.
Yeah. Well, mussel farming, what else do pilots do when they've got spare time? They've got to go and do something.
Apart from build boats. And...
Yeah, I know. Well, mussel farming was really in its infancy back there in the early 70s, and it caught my eye that it might be something that I could do for a bit of fun, because I always liked the water, like boats, and I got to say my wife hated mussel farming because it was pretty dirty business, but she did support me in it, as she did all the other things in life. But anyway, we decided to get a block of water. Now, there's a guy called Clem Mellish, lived down in Havelock, and he had a bit of foresight, Maori guy, and he'd seen the possibility, if he got the licenses, then he could make some money out of selling licenses to people like me. So that's how the mussel industry really started back in the 70s. So I thought this is a new industry, and it ticked the boxes for me, and I would have a go. So in between my flying and such like, I got myself a bit of interest from 2 other guys. One was Peter McIntyre. He was one of the Safe Air pilots. And this Ross Wennick we've talked about before. He's the guy that was in the triposer with me when I finished up in my sister's paddock.
Yeah.
Big man, helped the aeroplane go down, I'd say. But anyway, we shared this license down in Beatrix Bay, which is way down Flora Sound. And we established this mussel farm. So that was pretty exciting stuff. Bought a little boat, bought it off Dan Shepherd down at Jorgensen's. He had a little boat there that I thought would be ideal. And that became the workboat. And I'd trundle off down there, launch the boat. We had a shed at Havelock where I kept the mussel gear in. And we'd trundle off all the way down the Sounds to Beatrix Bay and spend the day at the water there, leaning over the back, pretty back-breaking stuff in those days, not like it is now. Didn't have any sort of hydraulic assistance. It was just the hard yakka. And put in these, in the block, we had 10 lines each. The lines were 110 metres long each. And in those days I was diving as well, so I'd done all my own diving on the bottoms to make sure the anchors were all good. So that was the mussel farm. Then we had to get the spat. Now the spat had to come from Kaitaia. We used to get washed up on the beach at Kaitaia. In those days, they got mussel spat farms now in New Zealand, but in those days they didn't have those. So it was washed in from the Tasman somewhere onto the beach. And there was quite a lot of aeroplanes used to fly it up and down the country. Don't know what it done for the aeroplanes because it spat was salt water infested and
Still do, I think.
yeah, well, I wonder what does it to the aluminium. Anyway, that's how we got our spat. And it came down and we'd collect our spat and it had to go onto the lines very quickly. And we had to put it onto ropes. We had this long lengths of rope. Ours were about 6 metres long. And you had hundreds of them. Every half metre you had one of these drop ropes tied onto the main backbone rope with a snood, we called it. It was just a lashing at the top where the boys were. And with this drop rope, it was made of what we called Christmas tree. It had fluffy stuff sticking out so that you could take that spat and through a stocking, we had a bit of pipe, just a bit of 3-inch drainage pipe. You'd feed the rope through that with the stocking attached to the pipe itself and attach the spat. And then you drop them into the water. That would be all right. You leave them there for about 3 months. Then you pull it all out, strip all the spat off and reseed it again because it's very, very small when you initially put it on. And there's a lot more spat than you know. And it all emerges as it grows. And about 14 months, 16 months, we used to get 3-inch mussels and harvest them. So that was quite an experience.
What was your market? How did you sell them?
Well, we sold them to, there was definite producers like Satelli's and these bigger companies that took it. There was a guy who I forgot the name of who was in Picton. He took quite a lot of ours. I used to use Carlina, the yacht we talked about before. We go around there and harvest a few bags. It's good to have a bit of a cash business. So that became a cash business, and I'm sure you know why. We load all these bags on top of Carlina. Also made the yacht tax deductible. So that's stretching the oracle a wee bit, but it seemed to work.
When you said before, when you're looking to get into mussel farming, you said it seemed to tickle the boxes. What were the boxes that you needed ticked? Was it about the opportunity to make money, or was it about the challenge of doing something that you didn't know anything about?
The challenge. I knew nothing about it, nothing at all. I went, apart from the flying, I went through life doing projects, done lots of projects, and developed quite a few things, but it was always about the challenge of doing it.
And doing something that you had to learn about from scratch?
Yep, that's it. See, we got into the motel business, and I'm doing a bit of a jump here, I'll come back. But the motel business, I knew nothing about that. Well, we finished up with about 4 motels, and I learned about that. That was a good thing to get into too. But anyway, the mussels were good for us. We made that work until I got it up and running, and it was going quite well. And this man called Lockie McPhail, who we talked about before, very special man in our household. Met him through Jan, my wife, because she was heavily into Scottish country dancing. She became a Scottish country dancing instructor, and she sort of ran the club here for about 20 years, I think. But Lockie was a member of that. Now, Lockie was a first-generation Scotsman, and he spoke like a true Scots. You know, you couldn't understand him. You had to listen real hard. And he called a spade a spade. If Lockie didn't like you, he'd tell you. Well, he probably wouldn't tell you. He just wouldn't have anything to do with you. But anyway, Lockie used to come down. He was my man that always kept me company. He would get in the boat with me, and I'd go down to Beatrix Bay and we'd spend the day. He'd work beside me, and we'd talk about all sorts of things. He's sort of the guy you could just sort of share pretty intimate stuff with, and he'd give you a straight, truthful answer. And it was him that talked me into selling the mussel farm, really, because at the time the orchard business around here was going pretty well, and lots of apples. This is pre-grapes. Lots of apples were being grown. And he said in his best Scotch voice, and I won't even try and mimic it because I can't do it. And he talked me into buying a block of land out at Rapara there, bought 20 acres, and we established an orchard there.
So this was what you called the Trossachs.
The Trossachs, yeah, and that's where we finished up with the airstrip. But Lockie was the man that sort of motivated me into doing that. So when I got, and you got to remember, I was flying all the time. This was going on too. Once I got into the orchard, or established the idea of doing the orchard, the mussel farm really had to go, because I didn't have time to do that fly. I was running out of time.
I'm getting tired just listening to
I
it.
know, and I just wonder whether somebody else when I talk about it sometimes. and while when you prompted this idea of what we're doing right now, and caused me to go around in there to my office and pull out all the old stuff, it became a major job. And I just thought to myself, where do I start and where do I stop here? And one thing leads on to another. So there's a few things in my life, all right. But old Lockie was rather special. And so the farm got sold to Chris Godsif. And then we carried on with as a secondary job with the orchard.
Mm. So on the orchard, what sort of fruit did you have?
Started off with apples, but Braeburn was the main thing. We had
you were doing all this yourself?
Yes.
You and Jan, I suppose.
Probably my shortcoming in life is that I must do it yourself.
I'm picking that up.
Yeah. I'm I could never be filthy rich, because I think to do that, you've got to actually employ people and have faith in them. And I think I'm a loner. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Do my best working by myself. And I tend to get dissatisfied with other people's efforts very quickly if they're not doing it my way. And so I get a bit hard to live with, I suppose. So yeah, that's about where I would be. Mm. So the orchard happened.
So you had apples and apricots and nectarines,
right.
And
yeah, we started off with apples, and we had about 4 varieties of that. Dug every hole, bought the block of land up there, which is the prime part of Rapara. Bought 20 acres for $70,000. $70,000. And we dug every hole by hand, 3,478 trees we planted, dug by hand. And old Lockie McPhail, he is there, he's digging his hole, and he's a man that's older than me now.
Good on him.
Oh, marvellous man, you'd loved him. But anyway, we done that. So we had apples, nectarines, apricots in the end. We grew nashi pears, established that. We become the nashi packing shed. The shed is still out there. We packed nashi for the whole district. So that was a pretty big operation going on. Still flying at the same time. And maybe building a boat at the same time too.
Crazy.
Carlina.
Crazy. And had a family.
Yeah, they're starting to grow up a bit, but yes, so we're at. Yeah.
Did you know the names of your kids?
Yeah, I think so. That was the Aero Club days when I was at Molesworth. I went for that period of time without seeing them. Yeah, so we grew all that stuff. We had a few sheep, because the sheep were a great way of keeping it tidy underneath. And then along came aeroplanes to live there.
Mm.
So I sort of envisaged, I wanted to buy a Cub. So I bought ZK-BQV. And it was up at Taupo. And I went up there, Jan and I, in the middle of winter, about 1970 something. And here's this poor little forlorn aeroplane tied down outside in Taupo. Went for a fly in it. Thought, yeah, I like this. So I bought it, flew it back to Omaka. And it lived at Omaka for a while. And then I got the neighbour, Norm Clifford, who was a earth mover. This is up at the Trossachs, or up at Rapara. Get his machines and make sort of an airstrip for me, which he did. And we finished up flying BQV back to the Trossachs. And that was when it became a professional operation, because the reason I thought if I could get the aeroplane and get an air service certificate, it'd be tax deductible. That's the business side coming out again. And it was.
And then that all led to Straits Air and another quite sizable operation.
Well, yeah, it led to Straits Air, because Initially, it wasn't Straits Air, but I decided, well, I may as well get an air service certificate. Now, that wasn't simple. I had to write operations manuals, and you know all about that, and all these things, and get the approval, which I eventually got. So,
So what was, you just had a Piper Cub. What was the idea to do with it apart from tax deductibility?
Didn't have any idea at all.
Right.
If anybody come along and wanted to pay me for it, well, I'd make some money out of it. Mainly I took friends for flies. But then very shortly I realised there's a wee bit more business there to be had. So a guy, Maidment, up in Auckland, was selling a Aero, Piper Aero. So I went up there and looked in and thought, yeah, it was fully instrumented. I thought, I can use this. I can do a bit of instrument training because I was an instructor at the time and I was a flight examiner by then. And I can be a bit of a package deal here, and that worked out pretty well. So off we went to Auckland. We bought this Piper Aero, flew it down here. Remember well the first arrival at the Trossachs airstrip, thinking, I think it's big enough. Oh, it was big enough. Yeah, I knew it was big. I'd done the calculations, but, the first
You're professional. Of course you did.
Yeah, I did. Of course I did. I was professional. Yeah, I think I was professional all the time too. Some of the stuff I've been telling you about sounds a bit here and scaring, but I always thought about it. But anyway, we arrived there with the Aero, and we were a 2 aeroplane operation in Straits Air.
You were still at Safe Air when you had the Aero?
No. Safe Air had come and gone.
Yeah. So can we just go back a step to...
We've missed a whole chunk out, and that's Origin Pacific, I think.
Yeah, I just want to go back and talk about Safe Air closing, because that must have been a huge part of everyone's lives who was involved in Safe Air, because it was a real family sort of operation, I think, by the sound of it. What was it like? Well, can you remember when you first heard that they were going to close down?
Very well.
Was that a shock? Was it a surprise?
No, we expected it. We knew it was coming. Just didn't know how. Safe Air it had sort of a different sort of a lifestyle. It went from having plenty of work to maybe relying on contracts all the time from the government. Sometimes they come, sometimes they didn't. And then they got NAC, back in NAC days, they got ordered to take over Safe Air, and they didn't really want to do that. That was purely political. Then it became Air New Zealand, so we're part of Air New Zealand. But we always felt a wee bit we were the bad relation. We were the freight department. And that's what happened with Safe Air. Then, as it approached the 90s, we had a mishap with ZK-SAF, the other Argosy. It had the wheels up landing. No fault of the pilots, it's just a malfunction. And as I had with the Bristol, I haven't told you about that one either. The Argosy arrived back, the SAF arrived back with a wheel that wouldn't go down and finished up down on one side, and they decided not to repair that aeroplane. That was the downturn. That was the final notch in the coffin, if we could say that. So that's sitting over in a paddock out there now, and it's still there, what remains of SAF. And as it went on towards the 1990 September date, things got a wee bit slower and slower. They hired another aeroplane from Australia, another Argosy, came here for a while. It was an IPEC aeroplane that used to be operated by IPEC over there. And we flew that for a while. And then it went back, and it was just SAE, the aeroplane that's sitting out at the runway restaurant at the moment, that Paul Davidson has established as a museum around, Safe Air Museum, which is absolutely excellent. And then it was obviously slowing down the whole operation. So it come time just before it did close down, Jan and I had a trip planned to England. And we went to England, and part of the trip to England was we were going to go and see Ron Tannock, who was the general manager of Safe Air, his parents, because he's a Scotsman, Ron Tannock. So we went to see his parents, and we had a really nice day with them, and his father said, I'm a bit of a ham operator. I talk to Blenheim sometime. He said, you want to have a look? I said, yeah, I want to have a look. So he took me up his passageway, and he had a trapdoor in the ceiling which he pulled down with stairs on it. And we climbed up these stairs into his into his attic. And he turns on the radio. Next thing, he's talking to somebody up Old Renwick Road here in Blenheim.
Wow.
And I'm in Scotland.
Yeah.
This is marvellous. And
Just like WhatsApp.
yeah, just like WhatsApp. And he was saying to this guy, well, I've got Allan Graham here, and he works for my son Ron. And said the guy on the other end of the radio, have you heard? Safe Air Flying's closing down. And that's how I heard that Safe Air Flying was closing down.
From the other side of the world.
In the general manager's father's attic.
Wow.
Yeah, about that.
Wow.
And it was. So it's in the city of Ayr, AYR. So we went home, and I thought about this a bit, and I thought, God, I better ring up and find out what's going on. So I rang Ian Perry, who was then, at the time, he was operations manager. And we had a fair old yarn. He said, yeah, it's closing down, Alan. He said, and if you want to fly the Argosy again, you better come home. Now, we had another month over there, so we cut our trip short, and I come home.
Mm.
And done a wee bit of flying the Argosy, including the last flight. Went to Chatham's a couple of times.
So just going back 5 years, you flew the final Bristol formation with Pete Vincent, I think.
Yep, we did.
Was that with 4 aircraft?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And then you flew the final Bristol flight in
It was my baby, actually.
February 86?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
With Grant Jolly?
With Grant Jolly. But the final wasn't at the final formation. The final formation was
prior,
sometime before that.
Yeah.
And that final formation was really my baby. I got the job of organising that and doing the briefing. And I think in the Marlborough Vault, which is films that Paul Davidson done, there's a video on that.
Very up something which we hope go down the history of Britain aviation around Blenheim, and most certainly in the aviation history of our firm. So we're going to do a best we can, I'm sure. The thing is not difficult. The formation basically is, as we've laid the aircraft out in front of operations at the moment, it's a, well, I call it an offset aileron, echelon, offset echelon that I understand it's called a finger echelon, is that correct? Finger right. Finger right, yeah. The pilots and their respective crews, I have labelled against aircraft and got the number. So at the top is myself and Peter Vincent.
In fact, we changed the formation. In other words, number 3 slot forward and number 1 drops back. In other words, number 3 would at that stage take the lead.
I think we should leave it as it is and do it exactly the same way as we were going to do it. 500 air, only we'll do a left instead of a right. Yeah. We don't want to get our name in history alongside it in the past tense. So I'm quite sure that all of us are not going to do anything stupid. I'm quite sure of that. I guess we wouldn't be sitting there standing in this room if we were. Don't forget your normal checks at the appropriate time. And that's just your normal airmanship.
Bristol, I jumped out of a Bristol. I would like to propose a toast to the Bristol engineers, the people that kept them going over the years. They've done a mighty job. The guys on the tarmac, they're so enthusiastic, they're at it already. And everybody that's had a hand in making this whole thing work. So the Bristols, and a happy retirement. Bristol! Hooray!
And then there was the final Argosy flight that you were just talking about, was in on the 30th of September 1990 with Ian Perry.
Yeah. Well, that was just a normal run. We knew it was the final flight, of course. And really, that's probably the reason I came back from overseas. Maybe there's a flight before that, which is probably pretty important where in the story, and that is where Paul Davidson got involved, and that was the final flight we done from the Chatham Islands, where I had Jan with us on the flight deck. She'd got a Conda ride down because she'd never been there. And Paul Davidson and his friend Anne Morrison, they're the people that started doing the video on the final flight. They were in the cockpit just as we were leaving to come back to New Zealand. They were going to ride back with us, but they were filming as we went. So when we went to start the aeroplane down there, we couldn't get number 3 engine going through a malfunction. So they stopped filming and we finished up with 3 days there while we waited for them to fly engineers down. And Ron Tannick, who was the general manager, still thinks I'd done it on purpose. Didn't at all. But anyway, that's what happened. And then when we did fly out of there, what I'd done was, would have been a wee bit naughty. I flew out to Pitt Island with the aeroplane and flew over the school and said goodbye to the kids at the school, which is a good thing to do, really. Yeah. They could have sacked me.
What was it like when you, that last landing and shut the engines down and climb out?
Terrible. We done the run to Christchurch. We had an extra person in the cockpit, Steve Peterson. They'd raffled off the jump seat in the cockpit, and Steve Peterson got to win that, and so he was in the aeroplane. So we went Woodburn, Christchurch, Wellington, Christchurch, and back to Wellington, and that was the last takeoff. So as we started to crank up, we got photographs of all the engineers and things at Wellington there, and it looks a bit sad, still looks sad. Cranked up the aeroplane, and as we went to taxi out, and we took off on 16, all the fire trucks arrived, one each side. Quite fantastic, you know.
I'm getting a little tear in my eye just imagining it.
Yeah, I know, and it was the knot at the gut, you know, it was terrible. But anyway, we taxied out down the taxiway, as you can well appreciate, because you taxied that taxiway many times. And we had these water squirting both ways, and we're in the middle of it, over the top of us, right till we get to the holding position at the end. And then they disappeared, and we lined up and took off and flew it across the Straits. Done a low run past the runway down 07, it was in those days. And you could see everybody there, and the knot was tighter, you know, it was tighter. Went around, we landed, taxied in, and we stopped short on the stub taxiway coming in. About halfway up it, we stopped. And that's where that was the finish. That was the last flight of the aeroplane. And then 4 cut-offs, we were pulling those. And that was a pretty hard moment. And yeah, it was a tear in the eye. What a tear in the eye.
I bet you could hardly believe it was all over.
No, couldn't. Not at all. It seemed such a waste. And the politics of why it happened it still seems such a waste of time. And the Chatham Islanders didn't know how they were going to get their services after that. And it left the whole industry in a bit of a mess, really, over politics. Yeah. So we climbed out of the aeroplane. Our wives were there, and we're trying not to look. Men don't cry, do they? And it was great to have flown it with Ian Perry too, because mighty man himself.
Yeah.
Today, 100 or so have gathered as it all comes to an end. Long-serving captains Ian Perry and Allan Graham are on the flight deck as the Argosy banks across the Richmond Hills and lines up on its final approach. It's the 30th of September 1990, exactly 4 years to the day since the company's last Bristol flight landed. The distinctive shape of both these craft, so much a part of the Marlborough sky, won't be seen again. The roar of the Bristol has gone, and as the big twin boomer rolls to a halt, the Argosy whistle also fades into aviation history. Sierra Alpha Echo has come to ground and will never fly again.
We didn't think about it too much until about halfway across, and then I think the significance of the event started to take over. Wellington saw us off with fire engines and a salute, and from there on we realised that this was the last landing, and it's a great privilege. There's a lot of pilots and other company staff have gone before us, and it was great to be involved on the last day.
Safe Air has been the bridge across Cook Strait, the highway to the Chathams and general carrier to the nation. Like the merchant ships of earlier times, Safe's merchant enterprise and all her merchant sister craft have delivered the goods. Hens or horses, mail or machinery, wool or wheat mix. It was all the same to Safe.
A few things I've read that you said about those aeroplanes. I think this was about the Bristol. It was like saying goodbye to an old friend.
Yeah.
There was a big lump in the stomach. It was like losing a close member of the family. The Bristol was a lovely old blundering bus. She didn't look pretty, but wound her way into our hearts.
Mm. Yeah,
and
that's
I
very
think
fine.
probably the whole Safe thing was probably similar themes.
Big family.
Yeah,
It was a family.
yeah,
It has its ups and downs like family do, but, it
Yeah.
was.
yeah. I guess the elephant in the room now with the two aeroplanes that are still here, CPT at Omaka and SAE, is it? That
SAE.
SAE that's at the runway restaurant, is what to do with them going forward.
I know, and it's a major problem.
And we were talking about this the other day, sitting up in the Bristol, and, people like Paul and Al Marshall and Marty Nicol, they've done great work, but the things are bigger than individual people, aren't they?
It's a problem.
But they're just too much history and too amazing to lose. So have you got any thoughts on, is there a solution for it?
Totally, and there's many people come out of the woodwork and recognise the very problem that you've talked about there. And they hang around for a while and they see how big the job is and the lack of support and the financial side that's involved, and they just disappear into the ether. They're gone. When you and I got in the Bristol the other day, I was a little saddened when we got in the cockpit, which used to be my home, to see what condition it is now. And he'd talk about, we're going to taxi this aeroplane again, and some people that have got rocks in their head to say they're going to fly it, because it never will, unless somebody had a hang of a lot of money. And the same applies with the Argosy. Over with the Argosy, they're all part of the heritage of Safe Air, which is really part of the history of Marlborough and Blenheim.
I was just going to say, it's not just Safe Air, it's about Marlborough, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it should be preserved, and it should have some sort of trust that is actually funded. I don't know how it's funded, but it needs the funding. If we don't get this, both those aeroplanes are going to disappear. The Argosy at the moment is only like it is because of Paul Davidson. Because if he didn't have the go, and he's an 82-year-old man right now, it's not forever for any of us. So one day there's going to be a real problem about losing both those aeroplanes. And I don't know, Craig, what you do about that.
I mean, it's not too late, because they're still very intact. They just need a lot of love. And it really, that means money, doesn't it?
It means money.
It means several millions of dollars, and maybe create some shelter for them. And it needs more than just voluntary labour, doesn't it?
We need a fairy godmother or
Yeah.
father.
Yeah.
We need somebody to come out of the history somewhere and say, I'm a really rich man and I don't know what to do with my money.
Mm.
And I want this as a project.
But certainly sitting up inside them, you definitely get that feeling of nostalgia and romance of the time and and what they did for the region and the country, and you definitely get that feeling that we need to do something about it.
I don't know what we can do because it's a thought that's been playing in our minds for a long time.
Yeah. So what we need is some wealthy person with with maybe an interest in preserving it to come and say,
See,
we'll do something
worldwide,
about
it's an issue too because there's not so many of these machines left. There are some, but not many. So they could be lost altogether. I just look at the Bristol in particular out there, which is owned by the Aero Club now, and full marks to them for what they're doing and how they're keeping it looking reasonably presentable outside. But if you're graphing the deterioration, it's there all the time.
Yeah.
It's going down. Yeah. And one day, nature, as we know it, is going to get it.
Yeah.
Or the enthusiasm is not going to be there for people to do what is necessary to keep it there. Or the Aero Club will have a membership that haven't even been associated with it because time has gone by, and they say, why do we want to deal with this old aeroplane? Yeah. Yeah. So
and I think what Paul's doing with the Argosy would be a good thing to do with the Bristol as well, is to have some way of allowing members of the public and other people to come and sit up in the cockpit, and that really you smell it and you feel the decades gone by, and that in itself generates an interest in people.
It's got to look right.
Yeah. And
I think Paul's on the right idea because he's, like this weekend again, he's having an Argosy day where you can do a simulated flight to the Chathams, and that's excellent stuff for the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that got us off the...
We'll leave that one hanging.
I believe, if I can have one last shot at it, they should be on a common site as part of the Safe Air story.
Yeah.
As part of the history of Marlborough. And maybe it might be just where Paul has the Argosy at the moment because he started that little museum. Maybe the Bristol needs to be back over there. Anyway.
One day. So this starts a sort of a new chapter in your life, really. And you ended up moving to Air Nelson.
Yeah.
And became the first crew on their Saabs.
Yeah, we were.
How did that come about?
Well, I think when they closed down Safe Air Flying in 1990, they were trying to establish another airline to take over the feeder service for Air New Zealand. Okay. And there was talk for a while about Safe Air having a smaller aeroplanes, passenger aeroplanes, like the Jetstream type of thing. And that would become the feeder service. But in came the Airline Pilots Association. It got political because we can't pay our pilots as much as we would on an Argosy, and it became a pretty controversial point. So the management being management, and at the same time I believe there's a thing with the friendships. They were thinking seriously about shutting down the friendship operation. They tend to happen. It happened about the same time.
91.
Yeah. And so it's heavily involved with a discussion between the Airline Pilots Association and the management of Safe Air, or more particularly Air New Zealand. So long story short, Safe Air was to go. Safe Air and the friendships were to go. So whoever made the decision started talking to Robert Ingalls and Air Nelson. And they eventually, someone funded Saab aircraft to be operated by Air Nelson. Then they need pilots. Initially they thought they would operate these Saabs from Blenheim, and they would use their redundant, because there's a fair bit of experience there sitting in Safe Air, so they had to pool the pilots. Now they didn't take everyone, they just took they're selected. They're pretty selective. They didn't seem to want to take the shit stirrers.
Funny that.
Yeah, understand. So they culled out people, and it was obvious. It was almost callous. But I was in the right line of people, and I got a job. And so did quite a few of them, our other workmates. In fact, they finish up as key people, like Ian Perry, Bob Gard, and, they were the bosses. So they employed us, and they had it on the understanding, using us ex-Safe Air people, the Saab operation would be based in Blenheim. But that never, well, it did happen for a little while until it settled in, and then it went back to Nelson pretty quick. So, of course, Bob and the key people went across to Nelson, and they formed the airline on the Saab operation. The airline was still in place as Air Nelson, but they were operating, what are those, the pencil things?
Metroliners.
Metros, and also Navajos. And so that was a pretty big thing, getting our type ratings on those. Because the step from the sort of aeroplanes that we'd been flying to the Saab was quite a big step.
Much more modern airline.
Much more modern. It had all these computerised things in there. We had to learn all about that. Flight management systems, and, and had this WE warning box in the middle. It had 123 warnings in it.
And you're just a Bristol pilot from the bush.
Bristol pilot from the bush. And then they brought them here, and they had these GPUs, which had a fluctuating voltage, and those WEUs in the middle, the warning systems, didn't like a fluctuation in voltage. And we went 123,000 pounds each, I think they were, something like that, some colossal figure. And we went through one after another to fix it, because they didn't really know how to fix those aeroplanes, because the engineers were learning too. Was to take another one out of the store and stick it in. Yes, that was quite something. Anyway, we done our type ratings over here in Blenheim, in the prop shop, upstairs in the prop shop out here. And we had a guy, they came across from Australia to give us the flight training. And they flew it for a little while, flew the Saabs for a little while, until we had our type ratings. And then the operation started. And yes, I flew the first professional flight into Wellington on one of those crappy Wellington days when it's screaming southerly in a base of about minima, about 500 feet or whatever it is. And I can remember coming in with looking at this electronic screen in front of me, which I'd only been introduced to about 2 months before. And down the side it had all the standby instruments, which were the basic instruments that you were flying in the Argosy, and that's how I flew the first approach. It was on those ones, because I trusted them.
Yeah.
But I've got to admit, we got better.
Yeah. And then you ended up also flying the, was it the Navajo with Owen Hughes and Bill Ashley?
Well, yes, I did. I flew for Air Nelson on Saab for, I suppose, a couple of years, something like that. And then going backwards and forwards, and we had the orchard at the same time. We're running this orchard. Jan was at home by herself. And we had the aeroplane that I'd bought and established a little business with an air service certificate of Straits Air. I decided, well, I can't do everything. So the other operation, the Navajo operation that Air Nelson was running, I could live in Blenheim and fly that, where I couldn't operate the Saab from Blenheim without driving backwards and forwards.
And that's like going back to GA, and it seems like you're a GA person.
I kind of like that, yeah. So I went and flew the Navajo, and that was flying out of Motueka in the morning. You get away about 7 o'clock, fly to Wellington, and then up to Wanganui. You sit there for a few hours and then do the reverse. It was good fun, But at the same time, I had this air service certificate for Straits Air, so it's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? I was sort of opposition to the people I was flying to. And I was getting more and more business. And that became difficult, because here I was sitting in Robert Ingalls' aeroplanes and when I should have been in my own aeroplanes because there was work there to do, and vice versa. I was saying, not available today to them, and eventually
Right.
they're getting sick of it, so I had to make the decision.
So you made a decision to quit Air Nelson and just go full-time on with your own business.
Yeah, well, I saw potential because we got to appreciate I was a flight examiner by this time for Flight Test New Zealand, and I was getting a lot of work there. And with the aeroplane that I had, the Cherokee that I had, I could do instrument training and flight testing, and I was getting a lot of business coming in the door for that. So that's exactly what I'd done. Gave away the airline side, come back into my own operation, and I started getting quite a lot of work. Then very quickly I thought to myself, now if I got a twin-engine aeroplane, because in those days you weren't allowed to have a single engine IFR on ATOs, so I had to get myself a twin-engine. So I looked around, and we eventually bought the Senecas. And when we got the Seneca, first one was ZK Rough, RUF, named after my dog, previous dog to the one we got now. Always had funny dogs. But we started doing air services with that, a lot of it. Then I saw potential for becoming an air ambulance. And so I went up to New Plymouth, and they had a stretcher for sale, which would fit the Seneca. And we fitted all that. And the local hospital used us extensively as the air ambulance for quite a long time. But it doubled up. It done all sorts of jobs, that stretcher. You could put coffins on it and cut them around the country, and it was good.
So you were doing instrument training, flight examining, air ambulance work, general charter work, a bit of everything.
Bit of everything. It was busy.
Yeah.
We were doing a lot.
And you had pilots employed?
Yes, we had pilots employed. We had probably, a lot of the pilots that we know personally, you and me, some of them would have been trained there.
Which must be a good feeling, I often look at guys like, yourself and Peter Vincent and others who have employed a lot of people and given us all starts when maybe we didn't quite have the experience to do so, but that's been the start of it all,
Tell you what, Craig, one night, Jen and I were going up to Los Angeles, and I think it was a DC-10, don't know, might be wrong, but on Air New Zealand's aeroplane we're on anyway. There was 3 pilots on the flight deck, and they all been trained by Straits Air.
Wow,
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I didn't know till I got off the aeroplane at the other end.
Oh.
And because they opened up the door of the cockpit and I saw one, I said, "What are you doing there?" "Oh, Allan." Next thing I'm in there, and they didn't go home for quite a while. We talked for quite a long time.
Oh,
when we could have talked all the way up there.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. And I think you flew a few notable people, Edmund Hillary, John Key, and Helen Clark.
Yeah, flew Helen Clark. Yeah, Helen Clark, I picked her up in Rough, ZK Rough, and from Wellington, and flew her down to Greymouth. And I always remember her getting out of there. She never spoke to me all the way. I sat in the back, club seating in the back of the aeroplane. And so she's right in the back seats. And she had her nose firmly engrossed in paperwork all the way down there. Land there, jump out, go around, open up the door to let her out. And she gave me a smack on the side of the, bit like old Bill Chisholm used to, on the shoulder. "Bloody good flight, mate," she said, and stalked off. That's the only words she spoke to me. Yeah. But we flew quite a lot of notable people. I think we got respected as a reasonably safe operation.
Yeah.
And it was a good operation. And luckily, we never had any incidents, which was...
You said that the best flying of your life was when you were running your own business because you were always a bit of a loner, and when I flew the Bristol. Which I sort of found a little bit surprising, because usually running your own business, especially, one that's busy with staff, can be quite a stressful thing. Did you find it stressful at the time, or were you just in your element?
I was in my element. Loved it. I loved it. Because all of a sudden, I'm the boss. I was CEO, I was the trainer, I was everything. And I didn't have to answer to anybody. That could be good and bad, but I think it was good in this case. Except to my wife, probably, because she was the operations manager, really. She was, when we were running Straits Air, she would be integral part. She was a necessary part of the whole operation because she was tying the jobs together. But it was good, and you felt proud of it because it was yours, and you made it happen. And it's not an easy business to make it happen.
No.
There's too much
Tough,
money involved.
really tough, yeah.
But I think the only reason we done, and it was reasonably successful, not filthy rich, but you know, it stood on its feet. The only reason is because I done most of it myself.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, you know, why you didn't go to the Air New Zealand or the Jets, but it's pretty obvious that you don't like being a number in a big
No.
system. You're sort of like having a bit of control and being in charge and doing it yourself.
Well, at the tail end of the Straits Air business thing, of course, Origin Pacific come into the scenario there, which I finished up as chief pilot of. So here we are, Dave, forgotten his surname, the guy that bought Straits Air. He had bought the business, Straits Air, and gone, and I was all of a sudden going to be at a bit of a loose end. So the phone rings, and it's Robert Ingalls. And he said to me, Alan, we're just thinking about having a bit of fun. He said he'd just sold Air Nelson to Air New Zealand. He'd sold his share. He said, I'm thinking about getting a few aeroplanes and we'll just do a wee bit of flying. He said, wonder whether you'd like to come across and have a talk. So that's what I'd done. I climbed on my motorbike and I went across to him, and he lived in the house up above the entrance to Nelson Harbour, and looking out there, beautiful place, and in the door walks in Ferry, so the three of us are there.
The old team.
The old team was there. So we were the ones that set up Origin Pacific, and Robert said that he's thought about these Jetstream aircraft, and we could probably get those, and that started the whole ball rolling. Ian played a major part in setting it up, and I suppose I did too. And Robert supplied the money and the drive, and you know he had a can-do attitude too.
Did he have a restraint of trade, you know, with Air New Zealand? How did he get around that?
Well, we had a very good lawyer. I can't really comment too much on that, but yes, he did have a constraint in trade for a certain period of time, and we never. And I think the constraint was something along the lines of he couldn't run scheduled services against Air New Zealand. Okay, so I don't think he ever ran scheduled services against Air New Zealand. He might have done some charter flights on the same routes, but they were charter flights.
So you ferried a couple of those Jetstreams from
getting
the
thing up and running was I became chief pilot, so I come intricately involved in that. In Ferry, well, initially we had to do type ratings. So the type rating, he bought this aeroplane JSX, ZK-JSX, and it was more of a sophisticated jet stream. It had 10 lazy boy type chairs in it. Now, I think he envisaged a market that was going to be a bit what you're doing with your jet now, that sort of thing. But I don't think that was going to wash its face. So eventually he had to sell that aeroplane. And I flew the aeroplane up to Pennsylvania in the United States. Now, that was a big trip now. That's a story in itself. I might tell you, if you want to hear about it, I'll tell you about that after.
All right, I'll mark that in my back of my head.
It is a bit of a story. What am I saying here? Some things I've never talked about. But anyway, that JSX was the initial aeroplane we all done our type ratings on. Russell Jenkins, and I went across to Australia. This guy, David, someone or other, he was the chief pilot for Eastern, which I think were feeder for Qantas over there. And they were operating Jetstreams, and he done our training on Jetstreams. And we flew for Eastern for a little while just to get a bit of familiarity. And then we flew this JSX back across the Tasman, and that became the first aeroplane in Nelson to start this charter business. And so we done quite a lot of flying in that. Then it became my lot. I had the first type rating in the country, and I gave the inferior type rating. And then, because Russell and I had type ratings, that's right, Russell Jenkins and I. So I gave inferior type rating. Here it did. I didn't give it to him. And all the other ones, that's where it all started. So every Jetstream pilot in the country came from that, really.
Amazing.
Yeah, how about that?
And there was a bit of a story on one of the ferry flights coming through India.
Well, what happened after that is we had to get these other airplanes. Ian Ferry got dispatched up to East Midlands Airport in England, where Robert had been negotiating aeroplanes. So it got down to the wire, probably buying these aeroplanes. But Ian had to go up and do the donkey work, look them over and check them out, do the due diligence. So then come my lot to bring the first one back out here. So this David fella, who was the chief pilot of Eastern, he came along. It was him and I. We flew up there in a 747. Spent a bit of time at a town called U Hotel, or U was the name of the town, I think. And we got introduced to the aeroplane we were going to fly out to New Zealand. So the aeroplane was finished and was signed off, and that wasn't all beer and skittles because there was technical hiccups at the last minute.
What a surprise.
What a surprise. And come the day that everything was all right, all the paperwork was done. And David and I headed off in this Jetstream. Long story short, we went down through, went to Italy and then Heraklion and Crete and Egypt and Emirate States, down to Ahmedabad. Now, Ahmedabad's where the incident you're referring to happened.
India.
Where the big aeroplane crashed, though, with the fuel potholes and that.
Okay.
787, was it? So we got there. Now, that was supposed to be a technical stop to get fuel because you only had a 4-hour safe endurance in the aeroplanes. So it was quite a long way to New Zealand at 4-hour intervals. It took us 10 days. But we arrived at Ahmedabad and they met us with guns. There was guns everywhere. And they took away our passports and then didn't bring them back. So the 1-hour tech stop for fuel becomes something like 4 or 5 hours. So we left there after we got our passports back and headed on to Calcutta. Next stop, wherever it is. Might have to verify that. And when we got there, that's where they met us with guns again. And they took me away. And I said, and they left David in the aeroplane. And there he stayed for the next, something like about 18 hours, all by himself. They wouldn't let him leave the aeroplane. It got dark and people were walking around the aeroplane, knocking on the fuselage and scary stuff. But at the same time, I was locked up in a room in the terminal building. Now, I said, what's all this about? What's going on? They said, in their Indian language, which I couldn't understand very well because their broken English was hard to understand. They said, you have broken the law. I said, how did we break the law? You've flown outside your flight clearance time over India airspace. I said, how much? They said, by 2 hours. I said, I think this whole thing was arranged back at Ahmedabad. By taking the passports away, they ran us late.
Right.
And we were outside the limits of the clearance time we were supposed to be flying in the airspace. So that's what they used for excuse. So 10 hours I sat in that room. 10 hours.
Sweating just a wee bit, I guess.
Oh, yeah, we kind of expected. I had we'd taken money with us. We knew graft was going to be in quite a few places we had to pay money to get services. It's alive and well. Graft is alive and well around the world. And it certainly was here. So around my waist I had about 5,000 American dollars strapped around here. So after about 10 hours, he come into me, this guy, and he said, oh, Captain, this is very bad, but he said that one person in India can help you out, and he's in New Delhi at the moment, and he is in bed. I said, how much? He said, oh, yeah, it would be $1,000 American to get him out of bed. I said, I said that, to get him out of bed, yeah. Yes. So I think we got away with $500, okay? So I paid this man $500 in a wee grubby little room in a makeshift control tower in Calcutta. I don't think I'm right in Calcutta. I think it's another city. But anyway, I'd have to adjust that. And then all of a sudden, things change. He gave me, you come with me. And he marched me up to the controller in the tower. You put in your flight plan. Now, we hadn't been in bed at all, hadn't had any sleep since the Arab Emirate States the day before. So this is something like 30 years. The controller said, flight plan. So the next stop was going to be Bangkok. I said, I haven't got any of my data with me. And I said, my emotional state is not very good. I can't think of any of these things. You fill it out. And I filled out this thing. Now you come. And they marched us out the aeroplane. Got reunited with David, who was in the aeroplane.
You probably had a great sleep.
Well, I don't know. He had these people knocking on the door. He thought he was going to get knocked off. So I said, hey, mate, how you going? He said, not too good. I said, I'm not too good either. I said, they're trying to get rid of us. They want us out of here. And they're not taking no for an answer. I said, I'm not fit to fly. You fit to fly? He said, I think I'll be all right. So here we are in this aeroplane taxiing out to this huge big runway and blast off into the very unfriendly sky, heading for Bangkok, which was another 3.5 hours away. It's something like about 2 o'clock in the morning. It's pitch black. So by that time I was starting to get my wits back around me and we were all right. But I well remember flying down through that area where it was just pitch black. You couldn't see a light anywhere. You could see the big fellas. You have big aeroplanes up above you going over and you try to talk to them and nobody talked to us. But anyway, long story short, we arrived at Bangkok in the wee short hours of the morning. It was not quite daylight. And we landed and we were done. I can tell you we were done. We landed and stopped and caught up. They said, could you give us directions to a park? Where is your park? I said, want your directions to a park. You have no park, you go away. I said, went back on the radio and said, we are not going anywhere. I said, if you want us to go anywhere, we must not fit to do that. You go away. We have no space. I said, if we don't have a follow me vehicle out here in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to shut this aeroplane down and we're going to walk off it. And I would have too, we had to, if we weren't fit. Well, we got a follow me vehicle come out and they found a place for us to park. And then we done the formalities. They were very quick. Next thing we were in the hotel in the terminal building. There's a hotel, or was there anyway. And that was really great. Then I rang Jan. She reckoned I was babbling.
Wow, that sounds a bit stressful. And everyone who's still flying on that aeroplane is still flying around now, probably, is it?
Yeah, that's the one that Robert's still operating.
Yeah. They don't know that there was a little bit of a mission to get it here.
Finish that little story. There's just another add-on to it because we had to go and get a second aeroplane. All right, we got back in the aeroplane and we continued on down through Bali, Singapore, Bali, Australia, 2 places in Australia, Norfolk Island, Nelson. Quite a homecoming, I can tell you. 4 days at home, I'm on the big burner 747 back up to East Midlands Airport again. I arrive in London and they'd sent down from East Midlands, they sent down this chauffeur-driven car. Felt pretty good, I can tell you. And we're heading back up. But what do they call them, the IRA?
Oh, yeah.
The IRA had planted bombs on the M1, the main road, so we couldn't go that way. So he had to go through the back streets and he got lost. This is after we just flew in from New Zealand. So I finished map reading and walking the last 5 kilometres or 5 miles to get to this hotel again. Then we climb it, Ian Perry and I, because Ian had been up there doing the due diligence. So Ian and I flew out the second one. So the second one, we got to Ahmedabad and we had to give them another $500. This time it was because we'd carried one of their staff from Ahmedabad to Calcutta.
Uh-huh.
That was, the sin of that was we were an international flight then. That's what they called it. And we'd carried this member of their staff who was supposed to be easing our way through India on an internal flight.
I'm sure it wouldn't be possible to get through that airspace without breaking some rule, which costs $500.
Yeah. They wanted 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the delivery sort. Quite pleased to get them here.
And what I had parked in my head, tell me the story about JSX.
Oh, JSX, right.
Ferrying it back to the States.
Well, he sold, JSX wasn't going to work because there wasn't the demand for that configuration of aeroplane at that particular time. Although we'd done a couple of jobs with very important people, and Jan was involved in that. She was the hostess on board. We went up, and the Spice Girls secretary or manager had got into trouble with the Spice Girls for one reason or another. He got the boot, and they must have paid him a lot of money, so he brought down a whole bunch of people to New Zealand. They hired JSX and me, and Jan as hostie, and John Patchett. John Patchett was a co-pilot.
Right.
And we took these people on a 10-day low-level trip around New Zealand.
Yeah, wow, it sounds like fun.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. Interesting stuff, I can tell you. The later that they played both sides of the coin, but AC/DC. So he had girlies and boys, and Jen got a tickle up the back of the leg, and I was flying the aeroplane, and I was flying along, and all of a sudden I felt this wind on the side of my ear, and here's one of these girls blowing in my ear.
Jan's getting your leg tickled,
yes,
and you're getting your ear blown.
So, and the other one was quite a different flight. We done another 10-day one with a bunch of managers from New York, and they had their whole family out here. And that was a really good trip. It was a family-orientated trip. You know how you get attached to some people when we dropped them off at Christchurch at the airport there. There's big hugs and cuddles and crying, and yeah, that was pretty emotional. Yeah, so that was JSX. But anyway, JSX become surplus to requirement, I suppose. And Robert sold it to these people up in Pennsylvania in the United States. And it became Russell Jenkins and my job to take it up there. Now, you already heard me say that it has a limited endurance. It's a long way from Hawaii across to America, 2,100 miles, nautical miles. So we knew we had to put extra tanks in. So we took out all the seats bar the very back ones, and we put a big bladder tank in there. Huge bladder tank. Now the tank itself was a ferry tank, and the tank itself was approved for the job, and it was fitted up in Auckland, and because it was too big for and would carry too much fuel, so the weight would be far in excess of what we're allowed to carry, it had to be baffled. So they built a box that restricted the expansion of it so that we didn't get overweight. On a ferry flight like that, I don't know if it still applies or not, but I think it was a third. You got a ferry overload allowance, and I think it was a third more than what you're allowed to. Your maximum all up weight was. So we stayed within those confines to leave New Zealand, and off we went out of here to Pango. Went out of Auckland to Pango, fueled there, and then we're heading for the big island in Hawaii. But halfway there, we decided we were pushing the fuel a bit, and we finished up landing in Kiribati. Interesting, no happening place there. Bought fuel there, then we went to Hawaii, to the big island. Left there. Well, the thing we had to do there was, with the restrictions in the tank, we didn't really have enough fuel to meet what we needed to get to the States. So we had to loosen the tank a wee bit. And
what do you mean by that? Was it sort of restricted to meet some?
It was restricted by a plywood structure that was put around it.
To keep it within weight limits.
Yeah, weight limits. So we had to adjust that just ever so slightly.
Good idea.
Yeah. So we had to go down to the corner store and buy a few tools and do an adjustment. So off we went. We took off from this airport at 4 o'clock in the morning when it was the coldest. Thought we'd better use the density altitude thing to our advantage. But seriously, the aeroplane was probably overloaded, but it didn't make any difference. It just flew beautifully. Where it would have made a difference if you lost one. You would not want to lose an engine.
And in the Jetstream, you get in and out through the back door, right? So how did you get in and out?
Well, once it was full of fuel in the air, it filled up the whole cabin. Can you imagine that? Filled up the whole cabin of the aeroplane with fuel. And there was a gap of about a foot above it between the ceiling of the aeroplane and the top of the tank. Now, I don't know if you know my offsider, Russell, too well, but Russell was quite a big boy in those days. Well, I had a bit of trouble crawling through there, but he had a lot more. So the only way we would have got out of that aeroplane if we had to get out of it in an emergency would have been through the storm window. And that might have been a bit of a problem for him again.
Yeah.
But luckily we didn't have to do it. But it was a long flight, Craig, and it's not to be recommended really, because I think we had about an hour of fuel left. What had to happen is the fuel in the splatter tank had to be pumped by an auxiliary pump, and this was all approved, that part of it, into the main tanks, because the engines were still feeding out of the main tanks. Okay, so you had to take the fuel out of there and pump it up into the main tanks. So you're pretty reliant on that little pump.
Yeah.
Now your critical point became quite an important point in that flight. And point of no return also become pretty important, didn't it? It had to always be beyond your destination. Yeah. So yeah, that's the story about that ferry flight. But what I'll tell you the real good bits about it. We finished up at this. What do they call them? They have those flight servicing stations over
FBOs.
Yeah, we're just north of Los Angeles, and we fueled up there and had a decent sleep, and then we headed off across the States, and that was quite a flight. I can remember flying over the top of Las Vegas at night, with all lit up with it's just dramatic sights. And then we finished up in Pennsylvania. That's where we left the aeroplane. We flew down to Atlantic City because Robert was thinking about buying jets then, and they were making aeroplanes down there. We went and looked at some aeroplanes for him and then flew home.
Quite exciting.
No, so that's a bit of a drama, isn't it? Life wasn't dull.
No, absolutely. And then you had a little stint with Peter Vincent flying up in Darwin and East Timor with Willie Sage.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, with Willie. Yeah, Willie gave me a type rating in a 1900, Beech 1900 they had, and that Reams aeroplane they had.
The 406.
Yeah, which I liked. And I was with Willie flying into East Timor, and I can never forget that, because that was an active war zone at the time. And we flew in there this day, the first time I'd been there, and it was with Willie Sage. And we coming over the fence, finally, there's a guy peering us over the top of a machine gun, the machine gun's looking at it. Then we landed, then we taxied back. The compound was a gate. You had to, a bit like being on a farm. You pull up at the gate and somebody has to open the gate so you can taxi through. Then they had this operations room, and it was full of spiders and snakes and stuff underneath it. Yeah. Then they took us for a drive to this church where they'd, some weeks before, locked everybody in and shot them and then burnt the place. Yeah, I done a bit just off and on for Peter.
Yeah.
Done a bit of flying down here for him in New Zealand too. Got called out one day because he had a job on the 402 to the Chatham Islands, and he didn't have anybody that was Chatham Islands cleared, so I went along to legalise that. And I forget the name of the pilot, but the pilot got crook. It's the only time I've ever had an incapacitation. We're on an instrument approach at the Chathams, and he collapsed over the column. So probably just while I was there that day because I landed the aeroplane.
Wow. Were you bringing in Jetstream over for Peter Vincent and Air Ambulance 1, and there was a little upset coming out of Australia?
Yeah. Gosh.
I'm dragging it all up for you.
Oh, this is terrible stuff. No, it's not really.
It sounds like your whole life was upsets, but, you know, there's a lot of years between all these.
Well, there's 25,000 hours of flying in there. And I think it doesn't matter what you do, everybody has things happen in their life.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's when I worked when Peter got the contract for doing the medical flights up and down the country. And he had to get the aeroplanes for a starter. So he bought 2 Jetstreams from Australia, and I flew both of them across. And we went, this is the second one that you're probably referring to. I went across and got the first one. We had to get Australian licenses to fly that. That was a bit of a hassle, but we got them in the end. And we flew that one back. I got into a wee bit of trouble with that over, we didn't have an HF radio working properly, and they gave us a bit of a smack on the fingers over there. But the aeroplane was home. And then we had to go back and get the second one. So we're going to have the HF radio working properly in the second one, aren't we? Yes, we are. So they fit it. And a guy called Peter McGee was my co-pilot. And Julie got it finished. We got the radio finished, installed. It was a HF radio, but it was a temporary installation just for that flight. And it came departure day, and away we go. And we're heading up from Sydney direct to Norfolk Island. So we went out over the beach, Bondi Beach, and we're heading out over the coast, and Peter makes contact on the radio, the HF radio with international radio. And I was watching the TGTs, and I thought they'd dropped, but I didn't believe what I was seeing. So then it stopped. So we carried on. I thought I'd seen things. So the next thing, he makes another call. These gauges both together, both sides, zoom. They just all both dropped about halfway down, the TGT gauges. I thought, that's a bit odd. The engines are sounding all right. I said, do you see that, Peter? And with that, he'd made another call and had done it again. Oh, he said, I'm shitting myself. I said, you better declare an emergency and we'll turn around and go back. So we turned around and we're heading back to Sydney. We weren't that far out, but we were out to sea. So we come back in over the top of the big beach. I think it's Bondi Beach, the one that's out there. And instead of, it was the westerly runway we were coming in, they gave us direct clearance. They stopped Sydney Airport. They declared a proper emergency, stopped it. And here we are heading back in, and here's the runway out here. And so I thought, God, these engines, if both of them going to stop, I've got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So I drifted over, so the beach, old Bondi Beach was there, and I thought, if these stop, I'm going to put it on there. And Peter said to me, he said, Allan, he said, can't you see the runway? I said, why? He said, you're not in line. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, I'm going to land down there if these things stop on me. Oh, okay. Anyway, it wasn't anything to do with anything we'd done wrong at all. We got on the ground, and the aeroplane worked absolutely 100%. Nothing stopped. The engines kept going. We taxied in. We got the engineers on the job, and they couldn't find anything wrong.
It's always the way.
So eventually we jerried to it. When you actually activated the HF radio, which was a temporary installation, they'd run the main power cords past the TGT drivers, what do you call them? And it created a signal which activated them. And of course it went past both of them, so it affected both the engines. And so we got this drop in the TGT gauges. So that was that incident.
So the engines weren't actually stopping, just they looked like they were.
Just looked like they were.
Getting a bit cold.
Just looked like they were.
Yeah,
Got your attention though, I can tell you,
yeah,
when you're out over the water.
yeah. What else have I got here? There's a lot of stories. Just wanted to mention something about flight examining, which you've done a lot of, both airline and GA.
Yep.
But one little personal episode I had with you, and I'm sure you know what I'm going to
God,
bring up
I'm
here.
in trouble.
You are in trouble. No, not really. When I went to do my instrument flight test with you, I'd been trained by Willie Sage and one or two others at Vincent, and probably hadn't focused too much on paperwork side of it. So we came to sit down and do a bit of theory before the actual flight, and you asked me about the IRAC cycle. And to be honest, I had never heard of the IRAC cycle, which wasn't, probably great. But, and I think you were a little bit shocked, and you said to me, I don't think we're going to bother going flying today, Craig.
What a nasty man.
And I mean, I've got over it, I'm not holding any grudges at all. But I went away.
In the prime position now.
I went away and did a whole lot of study and came back, and I knew all about the IRAC cycle. And
you didn't ask it.
Bloody Alan never mention it. In fact, we didn't do any theory. You just said, let's get in the aeroplane.
So how we go now, Craig? We're going to do a bit. Do you want?
No, I'm going to edit this up and, make you look bloody terrible.
Retribution does come around, doesn't it?
But what I learned about the IRAC cycle is I always tell people it's like a woman's period. It comes around every 28 days and it causes a lot of grief.
In my defence, at that period of time, we were having a lot of trouble in ASL, or with checking people, that the documentation of the aircraft, there was a lack of, it sort of got glossed over and it wasn't done. And there was a huge ignorance. I'm not talking about you, I'm generalising.
Well, and I include myself in it.
Yeah, generalising. And we were told to be firmer on that.
Yeah.
And, whether it was right or wrong, well, who knows? But we were doing our job.
Yeah. I've got a couple of final questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
One of your personality traits has become clear that you sort of thrive on being hyper busy and not knowing when to stop. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why you've achieved so much in your life, because you've just packed in, so much in each day. But looking back, do you think that was a good thing, or did it cause some problems, with being too busy? And
I think, in fairness, what I did do, because I seemed to be able to handle it, and through that period because we haven't talked about motels and things, and not, we're right into that motel industry too. Through that period, we were running Straits Air, the airline, we were running motels, we were flight testing, we were doing a lot of things. And it's my poor wife, Jen, that had to put up with my hyperactivity. I generated things and she sort of came along for the ride. And it wasn't ever meant like that at all, because, we've just had the 65th wedding anniversary and we've had a successful marriage, and it still is. She hasn't booted me out yet, and I think it's a bit late now. So if there's any regret, it's the load that I placed on her at that particular time of our life, because there was a lot of load on her. We were busy with Straits Air, and there was a lot of phone calls. She was fielding lots of stuff. She was the operations manager. And from your association with aeroplanes, that's a big job. So yeah, that would be the bit I feel regretful of. The rest of it, I don't. You heard, like the incident you and I had over the flight testing. I flight tested a lot of people. I had a lot to do. The worst thing I ever done is the about metre high pole I had of test forms, which sat in my office and in there for a long, long time. I decided I didn't need that junk anymore. What a stupid thing. I actually destroyed them. And the history that's in there now is dramatic. I'm sad I done that. I enjoyed flight testing, but it was stressful. And I think that when in my flight testing days, I would much sooner say yes to somebody than no. And it seemed to me that when I talked to the other testing officers, we're all about the same with our pass rate. And it was in the 70 to 75% mark. And so I think we'd done it pretty right. I think we did. And I had some great experiences. And one or two of the other ones, like that guy that I told you about with the Seneca, where he hit the wrong rudder and probably nearly done us in. That would be the only experiences. I've had some mighty, mighty times. The cattle spotting, the meat recovery, the people that another part of my life we haven't talked about is for quite a long time I worked in conjunction with an organisation called Rest Tours Limited in Auckland. And they were inbound adventure people that organised small adventure trips for people. So I worked for this guy called Reinhard, and Reinhard and I become firm friends. And what we would do there with Senecas, or sometimes maybe even Navajos, because we finished up operating in Navajo as well. We'd go up there and pick up these people and take them for 10-day tours in New Zealand. You got to know them pretty well. That was a good part of my life. I enjoyed that because I was not a bad tour operator too. And that fed on later on into buses and things. I drove buses, and after I finished flying, I had to do something, so I went away and drove buses for local operators for quite a while. And that involved taking tours around New Zealand too. And that was brilliant stuff. I enjoyed that. And I think mainly because I was in charge of my own operation and those sort of things. Even though I worked for someone else, once you got away on a bus, you were the operator.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all those things make up a life, and it's been so exciting. And the final thing was when I was working for Vincent Aviation with the flight ambulance system out of Wellington, which was the last professional job I had. That was brilliant because you're helping people. Wake up, we used to stay in the hotel over in Wellington, and you're on a 1 hour call out, and you'd go off around the country and pick up somebody that's, if you don't get them, they're going to die, but pretty demanding flying in the middle of the night, flying into places like Masterton where there's no air traffic control and no one to turn on the lights, and all that stuff was pretty exciting. Wouldn't change a bit of it. It's just really exciting.
Yeah, and there's other things in your life that I don't know much about, but you're into vintage cars and four-wheel driving and plenty of other things, I'm sure.
And e-biking now.
Right. Maybe that's why you're 85 and look like you're 60.
Well, we built a couple of vintage cars. Built a couple of Model A's. There's one still in the shed down there.
Right. Have you done everything you want to in your life?
I think it's time's getting a bit more limited, Craig.
I mean, you mentioned the other day that you wish you had kept flight examining for longer, but, I'm sure at the time you do what seems right, but I just wondered if there was other things that you hadn't done which you wish you had time to do.
I look at other people like, Kevin Wilkie be one of them, and the guys, Alistair Matthews, and both those I had a hand in them gaining their ratings. Kevin Wilkie he started flying with me at the Aero Club, Marlborough Club. We used to operate the strip down at Waikawa. And when there was a cruise ship, which didn't happen like as often as it does these days, we used to take the Cherokees down there and do commercial flights out of there. Not a brilliant airstrip, but it was workable. And Kevin Wilkie, who, as you know, was probably the longest employed CFI of Marlborough Club, he was driving past with his girlfriend one day and saw the aeroplane and thought, better go and have a look at this aeroplane. Next thing he had to fly, and that started that career. John Sinclair, all these people, they learned to fly about that time.
Hottie.
Hottie's there too. Yeah, entertaining. All these people are entertaining people themselves.
If a couple of other names I had on the list that you taught to fly was Noel Boyd, Alan Duncan,
Yeah.
Simon Green, a whole lot of Venison guys.
Or should we tell Simon's little story about?
Do it.
Well, Simon learnt to fly with me, and he was flying CIV, which is a Cherokee of the Aero Clubs. The training area used to be down where the lagoon is down here now, the Vernon Lagoons. That was the training area in those days. And Simon was down there getting ready, practicing for his license test, and he was doing forced landings. So he simulated an engine failure on himself by pulling back the throttle, put on the carb heat, and he goes through the whole exercise, and he gets down probably a little lower than he should have got. And he's probably realised all of a sudden I'm a bit low, and he slams in the throttle. Now, the accelerator pump and the carburetor probably squirted in a hell of a lot of gas all of a sudden. Carb heat was out, which made it rich anyway, and the motor coughed and spluttered and didn't pick up. Next thing, poor old Simon is in the mud flats, on the ground, with the aeroplane stopped, mud all around him, and the propeller still going chunka, 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 chunka. So he shuts it down and calls up the tower, and eventually gets rescued from there, and the aeroplane's still there. I've actually got photographs of this somewhere. About 3 weeks later, after we'd got another prop, Reg Taylor and a bunch of us went down there. Reg changed the prop had got damaged in the landing. Reg changed the propeller, and I flew it off the mud flaps down there. I got a bit of a longer mud flat and flew the CIV off there and flew it back to Omaka. But that was poor old Simon, yeah. Yeah, but he had a tragic end too in the helicopter.
And just one other little story that's come to mind that you told me about Noel. I think it was Noel Boyd when he took you for a ride in a helicopter.
You want to hear about me bulldogging deer? Well, Noel Boyd, when I first came here, I'd had a connection with the Kaikoura Aero Club, quite a connection, because I was at Canterbury Aero Club as instructor, and they used to go up there instructing now and again. So I got the job as CFI at Marlborough, and I moved up here. So every Wednesday, because of the connection with Kaikoura, I went back down there. Very early on the piece, this schoolboy used to turn up, and he'd be sitting at the fence. It was Noel Boyd, who went on to be a helicopter pilot and meat recovery person of some repute. But anyway, he was there, and I felt guilty about him because he was in the school cert year. I say, shouldn't you be at school? No, he says, I'm going to be a pilot, I'm going to be a pilot. So he did become a pilot, and had a lot to do with Noel, and he was a personal friend, and still is, except I haven't seen him for a long time. And come this day, I was down there on another job. This is some time later, years later, when Noel was a helicopter pilot, and I was down there with my aeroplane, and Noel pulls up in his helicopter. We had a bit of a yarn. He said, I'm just going up to pick up some deer that I've left up on the hill, and you want to come for a ride? I said, oh yeah, that'd be lovely. So in we get, and away we go. And heading up Mount Fife, which is the dominant hill by Kaikoura, as you probably know, and he sees a deer, a little yearling deer running up the side of the face there in the scree. He says, look at that. He says, we're going to get that. Oh, across we go. Next thing, he's chasing it up the side of this rather steep scree slope, and I'm just about puffing myself because, you know, a fixed-wing pilot, he wants to see airspeed on front of him. Well, in the helicopter, it didn't matter so much. So I look at the airspeed indicator saying 20, 30, 10, as he's dodging boulders.
Yeah.
And here's this poor little deer scared out of its wits. He gets close. He, get it. And I said, what do you mean get it? He said, get it. I said, how do I get it? He said, jump on it. So next thing, I'm hanging on the strut at the side of the helicopter, and he puts me in a position where this deer is running beside me. And I leap off him. Next thing, the deer and I are rolling down the scree together. I'm holding on to this deer. Well, that went on for what seemed like an eternity, but it probably wasn't very long. Until the deer decided to kick me where a boy doesn't want to get kicked. It's just when we had all our children, because I stopped about then, I think. and I let the deer go. So the deer heads off. Noel comes back and hovers above me, and I clamber back into the helicopter. And he's most displeased, and he showed it. So he took me to the top of the hill, and he put me there, and then he went off to get his deer that he'd come up to get originally, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there, there's no helicopter, the noise of the helicopter had gone, and it's getting just on dark, and I thought, he's going to leave me here. Eventually he come back and got me, and we're still good friends, I suppose.
Sure, yeah.
So that was Noel. But he went on with quite a good life, though. He had a pretty successful flying life. And that Allan Duncan, we probably should mention him too, because I think Allan Duncan done exceptionally well. You get a pretty good insight into people when you're training them to fly, because it comes back to basics pretty quick, and people get frustrated with themselves, and particularly learning to fly instrument flying in my day. It used to be the ADF, and ADF working up QDMs and bearings to stations and all that stuff was difficult stuff. But anyway, Allan Duncan, I would say he probably was one of those fellows that left school pretty early, and he arrived up at Omaka, and he walked in, and I was there, and he says, I want to learn to fly. And I said, oh, okay, could come to the right place. And you should never get preconceived ideas about people. And I did with him, because as a parent, I thought, he couldn't afford this. And I said to him, this will cost you a lot of money. I said, have you got the money to pay for it? And with that, because he'd been ground culling, he'd been culling deer.
Did he look like he had just walked out of the bush?
Yeah, it looked, you just about see the bloodstains down the back of it from the deer. And he reached in his pocket, which was a bulge, and he pulls out this roll of notes, big notes, and throws it on the desk in front of me out there at the Air Club. He said, do you think this would start us? And I don't know how much was in there. I probably should, because I would have counted it at some stage. But there was a lot of money. I said, I'm sure it'd go some way towards it. Yeah. So that's how he started. But Allan was a good pilot, but he's lacking confidence with himself. And when we got to the stage where he was getting almost ready to go solo, it was a hard work. You just couldn't, as instructor, get the confidence to let him go, because you didn't know that he was quite ready. Because he'd do one or two landings fine and then just mess one up. So in the end, we finished up just doing low-level circuits, because all he was having trouble with was landing, rounding out. So we'd do a low-level circuit, and we got more landings in that way. And so give it to him on finals, and he'd do the landing. And eventually he got solo. Eventually I had to let him go solo. But it wasn't until we'd done a lot of flying. But that same man went on to be a helicopter man of some repute down around Wanaka area there. I don't know whether he's still alive or not, but he impressed me in the end. Quite a man.
And your first helicopter flight was with Bill Black? Just tell that wee story before we finish.
Bill Black. Oh, Willie Black. Another really icon of aviation in his own right. Bill Black, I think I might have mentioned before, he lived with us one part of our flying life. In Tiano, when we're talking about Bryan, Antill and all those things, Bill Black was there. He'd only just started his flying career. And he came up to Tiana to work for Ritchie Air Services. And Ritchie Air Services operated out of Tiana. And Bill worked in and out of Milford quite a bit. He had a few little incidents too, I think he got on float planes and he ran out of water up there and sat one of the lakes one day and finished up in the trees. And yeah, but he was pretty good. Our association with Bill was with the Ritchie Air Services, but he went on to fly helicopters, like Tim Wallace, He flew for Tim Wallace for quite a long time. But when he first started in his helicopter flying, and he was solo, he decided he was going to take me for a ride. So we went for a ride with Bill. Got in this thing. First thing he done, he took off backwards, and that scared the hell out of me. And then he went and put the helicopter on top of the hangar at Tiana. In those days, the airfield was right in the centre of town. And he proceeded to rocket backwards and forwards. And I tell you what, I was a bit nervous about all that. Yeah, so that was my first helicopter ride with him, but it wasn't my last. When we had the Trossachs, the airfield out here, old Bill arrived up there one day. They used to fly their helicopters from down south up to Wanganui for servicing. He said, "You want to come across the Straits up Wanganui? It won't be there long. We're coming back." I said, "That's a good idea." So we climb in and off across the Straits we go. Get halfway across the Strait and out come one bottle of beer. I said, "What are you going to do with that?" He says, "Well, I'm going to have beer. I can drink it." He had 2 bottles of beer by the time we got to Wanganui. I had to drink one too.
Just to keep him on his toes.
But if you ever get a chance to read his book, and it's called I Done It My Way,
Mm.
there's a lot of people owe their lives to Bill.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's gone now too.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all the all the questions I had.
Right.
So thanks very much for talking to me. Appreciate your time. And I'm sure a lot of people over the years appreciate the effort and the input you've had to, their careers and my career. I say that as well, even though you did fail me once, you passed me again.
You'll never forgive me, will you?
I say that in all honesty, and thanks very much for talking to me.
Thanks for not just me, what you've done here, Craig. I've seen what you've been doing. You've been doing mighty stuff, absolutely mighty stuff. And you're good at it. You're really good at it. And you make people, it doesn't happen, not just the setting up of your equipment here, but, your background notes and things like that. You don't get that by just sitting there. You've done work in the background. I know that. And what it made me do too, Craig, is pull out some of the old archives that I've got there. And there's lots of stories there that, we've only touched on it because there's many other things. And you've forgotten about it until you start talking about something, it's just dramatic. Molesworth Station, goodness gracious.
Yeah. No, thank you. I mean, I really enjoy it. There's so many stories out there, that need to be told. And, most people say, I need to write a book.
Probably.
But that's just such a big undertaking and normally doesn't happen. So this is a way that, we can go some way to telling some of these stories and remembering people when they're gone and all the history that, happened. Maybe some of it shouldn't have happened because it wasn't the right thing to do, but it did happen. And we should tell it. So, I love it. I guess the one question, Paul, is why do you do all this? And just to go back a step, I think I didn't realise, and probably what a lot of people don't realise, is that this Argosy and the museum and everything here is the work of one man. It's not like a company or a group of people. It's all your brainchild. So why do you do it? And maybe how did you get involved?
Well, the second question is easier to to answer as opposed to the why. I got involved because in 1990 I was a Wellington-based documentary filmmaker, and I got intrigued by the Safe Air story, which was a story of curious aeroplanes, but also a story of pioneering post-war New Zealand. So a lot of people's lives involved, and when I heard that Safe Air was closing down in August 1990, I thought, well, if I'm ever going to tell a story about this little part of New Zealand history, I better get on with it.
So it was because you were interested in stories and documentaries rather than, you had nothing to do with Safe Air or aviation?
Absolutely nothing to do with it. I had a house in Wellington that looked over Wellington Airport, and I used to look out the window and see these curious looking aircraft coming and going. And I looked out there and I thought, of all the aircraft that come in and out of Wellington Airport, that aircraft there, which turned out to be an Argosy, I don't know where it's come from, I don't know where it's going to, and I don't know what it's got inside. And I thought, hey, there's got to be a story there.
And I guess the why, I mean, this, how many years later? We're now nearly 30 years after
yes,
that. It's still doing
1990.
So it's become more than just a story. It's become, it seems like a passion.
Oh, no, it's not really a passion. It's just a whole lot of serendipitous things and follow on through. At the time I made the story, I had not the slightest idea that I would end up the owner of the aircraft. And that 36 years later, I'd be standing here in front of it in Marlborough. I hardly even knew where Blenheim was in 1990, and so it is a fairly long story and a whole lot of serendipitous happenings. If any one of those serendipitous things hadn't happened, this wouldn't have happened. And sometimes I reflect that there are things that are meant to be, and I just happened to be there when those things were happening.
One technical question I have is, when you sit in the plane on the virtual flight, you've got it shaking and vibrating like you're actually going down the runway. Can you show me how that works?
Oh, no, I'd love to show you how that works. That is a result of my patented wobulator, and I'm afraid that I can't. It's a patented secret. I can't tell you how that happens, but it is an incredibly complex and top secret wobulator.
Right.
Aboard this Argosy flight. To ensure your safety and comfort throughout the flight, please ensure you read the safety instructions.
Go up the front of the aircraft and perhaps check out the cockpit and flight deck and things.
Very well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks, and thank you for joining us. So this is the Argosy Museum, which hopes to tell and archive some of the stories of Argosy, Bristol, and of course Safe Air. So come inside.
And this is all your work?
Yes, pretty much.
Oh, who have we got here? Seen him before? I'm a little bit heavy there, but not too bad. I can definitely see that it's no passion of yours.